Yo, Bergie. First man in. First man in. You. We're so live right now. It's insane. We couldn't be more live right now. We have a lot to talk about. Chat, we have a lot to talk about. What are my thoughts on peptides? Yo, we just released a video on it. Oh, we're talking Epstein today. That's really what we're talking about. I have a lot to say. Not ideal. Not ideal. Marin, welcome to the stream. Now you guys are trolling me. Now you're just trolling me, dude. You know what's crazy? It's what? 34 degrees here? Let's see. It's 30 degrees today. And let me tell you, that feels like summer. That feels like summer. The ice is melting. I'm in a t-shirt right now. I mean, you know, I have a heater right next to me. Maybe that's the move. This is just preposterous. Advice for 30-year-old black man in sales. I don't know how that would be any different than just regular advice. Did I see Julian went to Diamond Gym? No, I didn't. I was too busy looking at how corrupt our government is and how fucked we are. I didn't get around to that. You know? Let's see here. How was the weekend? It was pretty good. It's pretty good. Saturday, I just went full slug mode. I didn't do shit. I just played video games. I just ate ludicrous amounts. I was just like donut for breakfast, fucking pizza for lunch. I didn't give a fuck. Saturday was just, I was offline Saturday. Thoughts on boxing UFC this past weekend? I saw the Shakur versus Lopez. Dude. Shakur Stevenson put on a fucking clinic. I also saw that guy get his fucking toupee knocked off. What do you mean, unsubbed? Oh, chat. I turned it off just because the month reset. So I just want to see the names of... I don't want to lock anyone out where their sub just lapsed. But I'll turn it on in a bit. Do I know? Okay, now you're actually trolling. Yeah, I don't want to put Kimmy in a timeout, bro. How old am I? I'm 15. Can I put a Kick subscription on Klarna? You might be able to. You might be able to. You might be able to drag it out. There Will Be Blood. It's the best movie of all time. It's the best movie of all time. High IQ. High IQ required. No, it's not Americano. It's not. It's cold brew. It's cold brew. Met a 27-year-old at work. We bonded over both knowing Phillion. Sheesh. That's crazy. Did he say that I fell off? What happened to the Pimblet fight? Dude, his face got rearranged. Would I do an ad read for Soylent for 8K per read? 100%. 100%. Nobody's gonna buy it, so I'll take the money and just put it towards Moglogs. Looking kind of small, Phillion. I'm actually microscopic. I'm really tiny. Are cats high test? No, dogs are. Dude, I got a new case of these. This is 12 ounce. But since I'm so small, my hands are really tiny. This is just a 12 ounce bottle. I found a piece of glass at the bottom of the case. Now I'm now I'm on edge. I have anxiety that a shard of glass is going to go down my throat. Amazing. Amazing. No, I didn't drop money on the snowboard equipment yet. I didn't. I got sidetracked. I told you Saturday I don't know what happened. I just needed to literally float through the day. Tell the art people to make some new emojis for the server. I shall. Why not pour it into another glass instead of drinking from the bottle? It just doesn't have as much aura. You know, this is just like, this is like a pirate. I am a creature of habit. I'm actually a disgusting creature of habit. It actually might be a problem. Are you guys like that, chat? Are you guys like that? You just do the same thing? I think I might be insane. Except I expect a different outcome and I get different outcomes. I don't know. I feel like habit's good. Deportation ban with the follow. You seeing all the satanic shit that's coming out? There's literally a cult running society. Think how crazy that is? So, I want to get into this, and we will. But I don't think it's satanic. I think it's just it's a specific group of people. I don't know. It seems like there's some supremacy going on. Did I enjoy the Grammy speeches? I didn't. I saw that. Dude, now I'm fucking paranoid. Shards of glass are going down my throat. Chat, check this bottle with me. There's nothing. I'm chilling, right? There's nothing in here. Just pure H2O. Oh, 100%. I'm big chillin'. Just got the soy. Got the soy in my throat. You see it floating? Yo, don't do that to me. I don't care about the microplastics. They're already in my balls. They're already in my balls, dude. There's nothing I can do. You guys see the Grammys? I don't know. Just a bunch of elites glazing each other, bro. I saw a couple speeches when I was winding down last night. Pedo wood. Why do they have to bring politics into everything, bro? Like, you just make music. Of course there's Germans in chat. Here at Third Eye Global, we have a thriving German community. It's because they get paid to say the lines? Dude, I wouldn't be surprised. What did Billie Eilish say? Chat, I'm going to be real. I had one of the hardest workouts of my fucking life this morning. I was on the floor just like crying out in pain. So if I need this caffeine to hit, and then we'll be good. Billie Eilish said fuck ice. Like she actually said fuck ice. Yeah, I need a loaf of jungle bread, bro. Yo, is that Philly on?
No one is.
Oh, I saw the no one is illegal thing.
Illegal on stolen land. I feel really hopeful in this room, and I feel like we just need to keep fighting. And
Dude, I don't even care. Why did nobody bring up the fucking Epstein files? I don't care about immigration anymore. See how that works? My schizoid fucking theories that have been floating around on the internet for the past decade are now true. They're just true. I don't care about immigration. I care about blackmailing the U.S. fucking government and these shadow cabals, bro.
speaking up and protesting.
Help
and
me.
Our voices really do matter, and the people matter. And I say, sorry. No one is illegal on stolen land. I feel really hopeful in this room, and I feel like we just need to keep fighting and speaking.
Yeah, this shit's bad, bro. Bad. I don't know. No aura. I see the theories that Bad Bunny is a globalist puppet industry plant. No, I didn't see that. I like Bad Bunny. I like his music. But, yeah, I can just go without the speeches. CoffeeZilla did a vid on the Epstein files. I saw that. Yeah. This weekend, although I was offline, I was furiously just refreshing my X feed. Bro, it's giving me like, I don't want to sound like a puss boy, but this shit is giving me like existential anxiety. It's not good. It's not ideal. I need to delete X. Best thing I've done for the mental. Why? Bro, I don't know if your algorithm is the same as mine, but the emails, the correspondence, the writing on the wall, I mean, the evidence, we've been lied to. We've just been blatantly lied to. Seemingly by Kash Patel, Donald Trump, the government. It's just like they don't, the Epstein files don't exist. Well, clearly there's 3 million of them. And apparently more. It's just a clown world. I'm gonna ult. Fucking, yeah, dude. Peter Attia. Do you guys know Peter Attia? The fucking, the doctor? Bro was in the Epstein files. Bro was friends with Epstein for a while.
And maybe if we have time, we can come back and talk about some of the risks associated with Clomid use, period.
Bro, I don't know if this is true or not, but he said pussy's 0 calorie.
A lipid perspective, that is. So you're in college, university, to be sensitive to the Canadians, and you're obviously studying some. Are you in biology, biochem? What are you studying?
No, business. So.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So for me, I was pursuing a.
Bro, it's not ideal. It's just not ideal all around. Not ideal.
Undergrad in like the business faculty at Simon Fraser University, and that was to lead me to a job as an accountant or something of that nature to be determined. And I was working as a bouncer downtown while I was
Gorilla Mind is not in the files. No shot.
Getting my degree, and then I kind of just transitioned into posting online and then realized I could replace my income doing that on a computer rather than having to bounce, which is not.
Yo! Marin with the marination! Yo. Yo. Marin, what the fuck, dude? What the fuck? What the fuck? Yo, Cole was just saying, look at all. Well, I guess sub only mode is going back on. Everyone has to be sub now. Time to fuel the jet. Marin, thank you for the generous donation. That's absolutely fucking preposterous. Holy buckets. What the fucking bunker buster Batman? Holy shit. Marin, that's too much, bro. That's too much. Marin, that's too much, bro. That's too much. It's too much. It's too much. We're starting off Monday with some serious fucking motion. How much? Do the math. So true. I'm just triple checking that there's no glass in my fucking throat. Chat, it's sketchy, bro. It's sketchy. It's not good. I have health anxiety. It's not good. I don't know where to go from here, bro. That's just. Let me mute those bunker busters. Everyone should be sub now. God damn. Chew glass. Yeah, I'll be fine. Yeah, I'll be fine. How many subs was that? That was 500 subs. That was 500 subs right to the fucking domicile. And now Marin is not speaking. He's just not. He just disappears. Back into the shadows. Tactical nuke in all aspects. I wanted to watch. Nick Fuentes has a pretty good reaction to the Epstein files, and I could springboard off of it.
All right, anyway,
We'll have this loaded up. We'll have that loaded up. Not ideal. Not ideal. Mufasa Jungle with the 25. Love from the Netherlands. Keep doing Third Eye Global. I follow thy command. Yo, I appreciate the donation. What the hell is going on today? Scarlett, are you going to chirp us this entire stream? Scarlett, are you going to chirp us this entire stream? Just let me know now. Yo, it's February. It's the shortest month of the year. Shortest month of the year. You know what? I'm happy to get the fuck out of January. That shit is the Twilight Zone. That shit is... What day is it? Oh, it's still fucking January. Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy buckets. Any fitness slop? What's going on in the fitness? Yo, I'm going to have a panic attack in the next 10 seconds. I'm going to have a panic attack in the next 10 seconds. Chad, am I poisoned? Chad, am I poisoned? Chad, don't do me like this, dude. I feel like I have to pour this out now. Fuck. It's gotta be the caffeine, right? They probably just... I asked for half calf. This is probably full caffeinated. And okay, before you get on my ass about, what's half calf? What are you, fucking gay? Listen, I know myself, all right? When I have too much caffeine, I start thinking the apocalypse is about to happen. That's the level of anxiety that can ensue. I've been down that rabbit hole. It's not ideal. Dr. Density would disapprove. I know, he really would. Go all in on the caffeine? I probably should, right? Yo.
This is cool. I want... Yeah. Moskva and Dubai.
What the fuck is this, dude?
Hi, baby. Scott, did you pack me my black leotard?
Activates about 50% of your muscle fibers.
Who's still watching Dr. Mike?
You don't want to hate your split because in a fat loss phase,
That's how I feel. What the fuck is wrong with this guy?
and you hate enough stuff at that point. You get really psychologically and physiologically beat up at the end. A floating split completely solves that problem. In the last mesocycle that I did of this phase, that's the one that got me to a 6% body fat. You want to choose a training split. The architecture.
I am sidelined the second Dr. Mike drops a new heater. Damn. It's like that, huh? It's like that, huh?
Of your week of training, which you're excited about. There's really nothing can throw you off your game. Your ego's not going to like it. The results will love it.
Dude, he can't even jump a nippered. He can't even jump a nippered. Let's check in on the muscle lab. Got the Nipah virus. Who was it? Mr. Doucette. Just making our rounds here in the fitness algorithm.
I'm gonna dive into all this, but accusing me of taking steroids is wild, bro.
I didn't say you're on testosterone. Does bro look like he's on testosterone? There are girls who are more alpha than this with testosterone levels 20 times lower than yours.
When am I getting a posing room? Dude, I already have one.
Coach Greg, in today's video, a fake natty exposes himself. The newest fake natty goes by the name of Brandon Ruh, also Santa Cruz
Brandon Ruh.
Medicinals. I have nothing against this guy. I've talked to him in private in the past, and I like his channel. Only he decides to post his blood work, but...
Bruh, I would add a B in front. Bruh. Technically. His fucking name is Bruh.
only shows his testosterone.
Guys, I got some lab work back. I'm at 1,000 nanograms per deciliter in testosterone. I am alpha. I am alpha because I hang out with alpha stripper. Yeah, that's a bad call. But yeah, guys, you know, I just talked to Bradley Martin on his podcast about like what maybe made go from 847.
Chad, I feel like I'm dying. You just gotta bear with me. I'm having a fucking panic attack. I swear to God, somebody spiked my coffee. Holy shit. Yo, I need a nurse on standby with the vitals. I need blood pressure, oxygen level, pulse, stat. I already ate something, bro. I already ate. Not ideal. Not ideal. This is it. Opinions on multivitamins? Dude, I don't know. I don't know how I feel about multivitamins. I don't know how I feel about anything. Like multivitamins. Do they even work? Are they even measurable? Am I getting dosed up properly? I don't know. I need a permanent on-residence Mexican health professional. Let's see if somebody... okay. I need to know. Peter Attia Epstein.
So among all the revelations of the Epstein files, we need to talk about the Epstein's personal doctor, which is this guy, Dr. Peter Attia. You might have heard of him. He's quite famous online everywhere. He has this book, Outlive, because he is focused on longevity. And here, I'm going to talk about this because let's say that he appears close to 2,000 times in the Epstein files. I mean, I have already told you that appearing on the Epstein files per se doesn't mean anything, but if you appear, if your name appears close to 2,000 times, then statistically, we should take a closer look. And that's exactly what we are going to do with this section. This video former national level tic-tac-toe player, still play for fun, but not quite as good. Also, he, self-deprecating bio, very good.
Yo, Phil, on a real note, I have to thank you on the peptides. If I didn't find you, I probably would try them. Yeah, I just would urge anyone. The second like a needle gets involved, bro, how is that not immediately like a red flag?
Million followers.
Like, injecting is fucking insane. Tim Pool made a video called Jeffrey Epstein is Alive. You want to put it on the docket? Got it. I'm putting it on the docket. Does it go into the conspiracy that he's like not dead? There's like a body double and shit. Dude, I've been seeing some crazy shit on the timeline. I've been seeing some crazy shit. Not ideal. It's not ideal.
On X, that is nice. 1 million subscribers on YouTube. Peter Attia, MD. All right. Very successful on Instagram as well. 1.7 million followers. I don't know how they call that. Yeah, followers on Instagram. And I'm going to give you a glimpse on what we are talking about, or who are we talking about. This guy, in his book Outlive, by the way, shout out to Dr. Cameron Maximus, who compiled a very good thread about all the, let's say, the most disgusting stuff that appears on the Epstein files about Dr. Peter Attia. In his book, Outlive, the book that you saw, this one, the same book that he...
Dude, 2,000 times. Now, Peter Attia came out with like a statement. I'll read it to you guys.
Has prominently on the banner of his account. What did he write on his book? Peter Attia shares that his 1-month-old son almost died and...
Dude, he's getting ratioed on his own account, though. So he's got this long-ass post. And it's got 1,500 comments, 1,600 likes. That's not a good ratio. Yeah, nobody believes you, bro. We know you doing freaky shit. Why would you send a photo of your metformin and say you got a fresh shipment? Weird behavior.
Have shown is that Alzheimer's is not.
Okay, dude.
His wife begged him for 4 days to come to the hospital where she was alone, but he didn't due to his quote-unquote important work in New York. What do you think?
What's a ratio? A ratio can actually mean two things, but on Twitter or X and online in general, if I post something, say I'm apologizing for something, and then somebody else responds to it and they get more likes and comments than my original post, that's called a ratio. It's basically like it highlights that the crowd is siding with you rather than the original post. Or if somebody like dunks on you and shit and it gets a lot more attention, that's a ratio. But in this context, I think you can use ratio in this context, at least I do. Like if there's more comments than likes, it means like people are engaging with the post more than they are than liking it. Which it's, if you look at enough posts online, you can kind of get the vibes based on the like to comment ratio.
What was that important work? Yeah, you guessed right. Turns out that important work was meeting Jeffrey Epstein. And yeah, I wish this was some sort of a joke. We're going to analyze that in detail, but there's a couple things.
Yeah, it's like getting more boos than claps. Perfect.
About here. For example, beyond disgusted that Peter Attia, MD, a man who I have followed for years and genuinely looked up to, is in the Epstein files over 1,000, not over 1,000, it's close to 2,000 times. And yeah, this is one of the things that people are mentioning the most. Let's say he said on an email to Jeffrey Epstein, his words.
Yo!
A woman's private parts are indeed low carb. I mean, he's not wrong, but I guess that this is odd. I think it's creepy.
I really wanted him to say, pussy is indeed low carb.
Still awaiting results on gluten content, though. Okay.
Who the fuck sends emails like this? Guys, if you've looked at the emails, there's just spelling errors. It looks like he fucking slaps his keyboard with his hand. Like, he doesn't give a fuck. They're coded with Jewish supremacy, the fucking goy dynamic. This shit is dark, and it fucking pisses me off.
That is a joke. Man, you know, boys joke all the time, but this plus the 1 month...
There's literal emails like, oh, that's for the goyim.
all son thing. Peter Attia being Epstein's concierge doctor is by far the weirdest crossover, says Alexander Juan Antonio Cortez, and for real...
It's formatted a specific way, like HTML or something. That's why the equal is there all the time. Yeah, I know that. But even still, like the syntax of how he types, he's like a toddler.
I agree with that. Champagne Joshi, Dr. Peter Attia, in a 2016 email, see you next time. Hopefully, Jeffrey Epstein in town when I'm back in 2 weeks. I go into Jeffrey Epstein withdrawal when
God.
I don't see him.
Oh my God.
I go into Jeffrey Epstein withdrawal when I don't see him. All right, brother? Okay. Oh my God. Oh my God. And the comments, I needed to go to his latest video on YouTube for the comments. Yeah, don't.
Okay, so the funny thing is here, Peter Attia's most recent video, it was a podcast about Alzheimer's, and the fucking top comments were like, now would be a perfect time to get early onset Alzheimer's.
Can we do something about it? The answer was mostly, well...
Here, look. At this point, Alzheimer's would be a welcome ailment for this guy. Alzheimer's won't help us forget about those emails, buddy. This guy's career is fucking cooked.
You know, the point
Holy
is longevity.
fuck.
It's just aging.
Yes.
The idea is that women live long.
You know what's weird too? Now, obviously people they spend money on different things, right? Some people spend it on cars, some people like watches, some people are just, they don't wear their wealth. Interesting thing about Peter Attia, not to pocket watch, but bro has multiple Richard Milles, which are like $250,000 to $500,000 a pop. See if I can find it on X. But it's just like, if you're truly, right, if you're truly like with the shits in your field, I expect you to be like borderline autistic with like the weight of your words, the authority, like your skill in the subject, because you're well read. If you're coming out here wearing straight up like rapper tier drip, it's a little suspect.
Can we do something about it? The answer was mostly, well, the point is longevity. It's just aging.
Yes.
The idea is that women live longer than men, and Alzheimer's is a disease of old age. So at the end of the day, unfortunately, more women than men have Alzheimer's disease.
Here we go. The Richard Mill rotation, silver chains, and tribal tats at 50 were pretty good tells something was off. It's just, I don't know. Yeah, it's like 300K, 270K, 150K. Just wearing a house on his fucking wrist.
But there are two things that contradict in part this statement, and clearly aging is important.
Yeah, the first one, by the way, is
Yeah, I don't want my doctor to be ripped, rich, and rare, dude.
just a simple
That's so true.
actuarial analysis. I did this myself 10 years ago, back of the envelope, because that was the first guess. The first time I thought about that question was maybe in 2015.
Okay.
And the obvious answer was, well, women on average live 2.5 to 3 years longer. That must account for it. But if you actually go through even something as rudimentary as the CDC mortality tables.
If Epstein was indeed a supremacist like you described him, why was his closest doctor a Christian guy? Well, if you really want to get into like the supremacist ideology, it's because they're made to serve them. That's the logic. It actually fits the narrative perfectly. If you're going to argue that Jeffrey Epstein was not a Jewish supremacist, you're out of your fucking mind. He even admits it in his own words, in his emails, thousands of times. What are we even talking about here? I'm not going to get one guide right now. So... Have I seen Epstein dropping N-words in emails? Yep. Yep. I've seen it all. I've seen it all, dude. Well, I haven't seen it all, but I've seen a lot. He was just...
All right, anyway, we are...
I disappeared. There I am. The Larry Wheels wife and Rampage Jackson situation is insane. The worst one is the Orthodox cross and the blacked out rectangle right next to it. There's like a prostitute naked in front of the cross. I don't think that's the worst one. I'm going to be real. I don't think that's the worst one. We didn't see the worst ones because they're fucking blacked out. I also wanted to watch the Bannon interview.
Before we get into the deep stuff, let's give some basics. Before we get into the deep stuff, let's give some basics.
You guys watch this? Should we watch it in its entirety? It's 2 hours long. Or do we... Holy buckets. It's very interesting. I think it is probably pretty interesting too. 1.25 speed? Or do we just literally face tank it at 1.0 speed? Long format Phil. Long format Phil. My call, bro. All right, let's start with, probably start with this one. I'm going to put on a hoodie because I thought I could just raw dog this fucking cold, but I'll be right back. I'm fucking muted. God damn it. I'm looking huge? Which one is it? Am I huge or tiny? I had a cookie to settle my nerves. Oatmeal raisin. Technically, that's a health food. Chad, I can't tell if glasses increase my aura or decrease them. Or decrease it. Jesus Christ. Wake up, buddy. Wake up. I feel like it enhances my aura. Sheen hoodie. You're gonna do this to me, bro? You're gonna do this to me? You're gonna pocket watch me right now? You think I'm wearing Sheen, bro? You think I'm wearing Sheen? You're not finding this in store. This is Kith Merrick Wolves Sherpa hoodie. Last sold. Where is it? Where's the last... Last sale, $357. You think this is Sheen, bro? Please. Please. That's crazy. That's... Insult me all you want, but Philion in Sheen is diabolical. That's diabolical. I don't know if I could tolerate that. $250, last and final. All right. Let's watch it. There's not even like an intro that's like appropriate. Like this shit. Are you guys as frazzled as I am, or am I being a puss boy with this shit? I heard Sneeko. I know streamer Sneeko, right? YouTuber. He called it the digital 9/11, and it's the Epstein files might literally be that. It just might be that, bro. It's pretty accurate, right? It's worse. It's not good. It's not good. It's not ideal. Not good, not ideal. It's a huge problem. Why are our leaders such gooners? Now, here's the thing, right? And Fuentes will talk about this. Gooning is one thing. That is the vice that is being exploited. But for what purpose? For fucking blackmail. For leverage. Like, it's one thing, as dark as it sounds, if it was just like a gooner ring that was, you know, engaged with underage girls. Horrific. And boys, probably. But that is just the means to an end of literally statecraft. Crazy. All right. This topic does not need an introduction because for the past weekend, I have been furiously scrolling X, looking at the Epstein files. And this is Nick Fuentes breaking it down. I'm going to share my thoughts. Let's get into it.
We're going to move on. We're going to get into the Epstein files. I promise, we're gonna get into the news here. Our featured story is about these 6 million Epstein files that have just been released. And we'll back up the story a little bit. So today, finally, after about 7 or 8 months of a cover-up, what is in effect a cover-up from the highest levels of government, finally, the DOJ...
I should state that this shit is giving me existential dread, and I've never felt like more of a slug in my entire life in terms of actual power. The masses, the vox populi, useless. We're dealing with elite levels of statecraft, political blackmail. All these conspiracy theories are seemingly true, or at least have a lot more credibility than originally thought. It's not good, not ideal.
Seems to have declassified about 50% of the files that they have on the Jeffrey Epstein case.
Who's the guy bottom left? He's also reacting to Nick Fuentes. So he'll be on... I can't speak, dude. Holy fuck. I'm going to restart. I think this workout cooked me this morning, dude. I feel off. I feel fucking off. Dude reacting to a dude reacting to a dude. I gotta hit the hill. It's the glass in the water. I hate you guys. Let's do it. Let's do it. Cover him up? No, I don't want to do that to bro. No way. He's our neighbor for this video. I mean, let me see if I can find a clip without him.
They wanted us to stop looking into this. They wanted us to stop paying attention. Why? And that was their first move. It's hard to draw concrete conclusions.
It's on Rumble. All right, let me see if I can get it. I'm going to need a timestamp. Oh, it'd be this one.
Our featured story.
Here we go. America first. Chat, is America first going to be like a legit thing? If it's not already? Like, is this going to be, oh, I voted for America first? Yeah, thank you for that. It is on Rumble. It do be on Rumble, though. Yo, how did I miss that? We got Arch757 with the 10 gifted subs. I apologize because the gifted subs were just going off for the past 45 minutes. Arch with the 10. I see you, bro. Gorlami18 with the follow. Love the name. Love the name. All right, let's get into it. No more dilly-dallying. No more panic attacks. Lock the fuck in, pussy. This past weekend, the DOJ released 3 million additional Epstein files after lying to us, originally claiming that they didn't exist and that Jeffrey Epstein did not partake in any human trafficking. Here we got a clip by Nick Fuentes where he breaks it down, and I'm going to share my thoughts.
Our featured story is about these 6 million Epstein files that have just been released. And we'll back up the story a little bit. So today, finally, after about 7 or 8 months of a cover-up, what is in effect a cover-up from the highest levels of government, finally, the DOJ seems to have declassified about 50% of the files that they have on the Jeffrey Epstein.
Now, this really pissed me off because there's no context whatsoever. Like, it's not our fucking job to take all the red threads and put this shit together. We're not the Scooby-Doo gang. We don't have the resources. We don't have the money. We don't have the time. Most of us have fucking jobs. Personally, I'm fun-employed, which means I can spend a lot more of my free time ruining my mental health by reading about this shit. But to dump 3 million files on the American public, it's an asinine move, and you kind of have to wonder why they would do that. Because now everything just looks like shit. There's unsubstantiated claims, there's emails, there's personal correspondence. Some is better than others. We have to separate the usable stuff from the literal sludge and slop within the files, and they didn't do that. It's a rough draft, essentially. Now, I appreciate that it's like a master file. There is a database where every single stone can be unturned, but working your way through 3 million files and then coming to some sort of conclusion is seemingly impossible.
Case. And so all the files came out today. All these 3 million files came out. And it's emails.
Yeah, he's trolling about the 6 million. That's just the infamous number in Judaism. I'll bring up the significance so that you know. It's not just about the Holocaust. As far as I'm aware. I don't know where I got that from. I could have sworn that there was other significance besides the Holocaust. Am I losing brain cells, or have you guys heard that too? There is. What is it? Now we gotta get to the bottom of this. No idea what I'm talking about. I'm out schizoing you. I'm gaslighting myself. Is that what's happening right now? I don't like that. I don't like knowing something and having it memory hold and then it just not coming up. Maybe that. Let me see. Was 6 million a significant number for European Jews before the Holocaust? Well, let's trust Reddit. People online have stumbled upon a Holocaust denier who argued that 6 million Jews was already a significant number before the Holocaust even happened and linked this image. My first reaction was, this is bullshit, but I've always had claims like this, and to my surprise, I stumbled upon this paper, which isn't denying the Holocaust, by the way, 6 million Jews before 1939 by Douglas C. Uvan. As far as I can tell, Douglas C. Uvan is a biophysicist, so I have no idea why he published a paper on pre-World War II Jews. The paper itself says that 6 million Jews and their suffering was an important number for European Jews to showcase the suffering of Eastern European Jews, and used it as an argument for Zionism. I don't know. Maybe it's a psyop. Forget it.
Tips to the FBI. It's images. It's news reports. It's a lot to go through. And I don't know that investigators have even gotten to the bottom of everything. It's 3 million documents. I don't think it would even be possible. But we're starting to see what's in the file.
But technically, if this was 50% and it's 3 million, then there would be 6 million Epstein files.
And a lot of it is very strange. And as I said at the top of the show, some of it seems more credible than other parts of it. Some of the files are emails from Jeffrey Epstein, from Ghislaine Maxwell, and this is correspondence between Epstein and his inner circle. Other files are tips, which are not corroborated, unsubstantiated. They're just claims about apparent crimes committed by Donald Trump and other people. And they talk about torture and murdering sex abuse victims and raping children and all this kind of stuff. And without any supplemental material, it's really difficult to understand what any of this really is. What's real? What's fake? What's the whole story? What's the background on a lot of this stuff? We just got all of this with no context at all. But like I said, we got to back it up. First, I want to read through this story about what happened today. Then we'll kind of go back to the beginning. It says, quote, the Department of Justice on Friday released the largest batch of Jeffrey Epstein files to date, a giant tranche including 3 million more pages of documents and thousands of videos and images. The department released...
So, Kash Patel is literally under oath saying that we're giving you everything that we have, and he did not partake in human trafficking. Now, if you have an IQ above 37 and you've taken one look at the context clues that lay before you in the publicly available information, you would know that that was a bold-faced lie.
This clip is resurfacing of the FBI director, Kash Patel, and it's showing just how much he's just straight up lying to the American people, saying that there's no evidence at all that Jeffrey Epstein was trafficking individuals, nothing in any of the files. And now that some of the files are being released, the clip is resurfacing and people are saying, wait, you just blatantly lied to the face. You just...
If anyone, did Epstein traffic these young women too? Besides himself.
Himself, there is no credible information. None. If there were, I would bring the case yesterday that he trafficked to other individuals. And the information we have, again, is limited.
So the answer is no one?
For the information that we have.
In the files?
In the case file.
For the information we have, Epstein didn't...
3 million pages, 2,000 videos, and some 180,000 images. The pages consist of email chains, text messages, news articles, internal investigative reports, and other material tied to Mr. Epstein. The files appear to contain at least 4,500 documents that mention President Trump. One was a summary that officials at the FBI assembled last summer of more than a dozen tips from members of the public involving Trump and Epstein. It's unclear why the...
What's going to piss me off about this is the mainstream media coverage of it. They're going to focus on stuff like Bill Gates getting the clap from Russian models and trying to sneak doxycycline into Melinda Gates's fucking water cup. Like, yeah, he's a fucking deranged gooner. I could have told you that based on his physiognomy alone, okay? Most of us understand the horrors of what went on. But if that's all you're hyper fixating on and you're not asking more questions like, why though? Who is behind this and for what political statecraft reasons? You're just not going to make it. It would be very easy to label this, oh, you know, all the elites, they're just pedophile gooners. And maybe that's what they are. But they seemingly have ties to specific governments and agencies, and that we're dealing with spies.
Investigators put together the summary, which includes accusations of sexual abuse by Epstein and Trump. The emails did not include any corroborating.
Every single one of his residences were kitted out with compromat-style surveillance gear. Audio recordings, everything is backed up on servers. Cameras everywhere. You don't just do that.
Evidence. According to the emails, Mr. Epstein drafted notes to and about Bill Gates in 2013, suggesting that he engaged in extramarital sex. The Gates Foundation called the accusations absolutely absurd and completely false. In one email, Mr. Epstein wrote that he had helped Mr. Gates acquire drugs to deal with the consequences of sex with Russian girls, and that he had facilitated a rendezvous for Mr. Gates with married women. It was not clear if Mr. Epstein actually sent the emails to Bill Gates. The files also revealed that Howard Lutnick, the Commerce Secretary, planned a visit to Mr. Epstein's island in 2012, although he had previously said he severed ties with Mr. Epstein around 2005. Lutnick told the Times on Friday that he could not comment about the visit because he had not seen the documents. I'm sure that's true. You call up the Secretary of Commerce, hey, how about those emails where you went on the pedophile sex island? Oh, I didn't see that yet. Hangs up. That's believable. A 2013 email exchange between the British billionaire Richard Branson and Mr. Epstein suggested that the pair had a familiar relationship built, at least in part, around their interest in women. Multiple messages between Elon Musk and Jeffrey Epstein showed the two comparing schedules to find time to meet in Florida or in the Caribbean between 2012 and 2014. So, here's the thing about the files. To me, this is what is relevant. From what we have seen in the files, and I'm going to be completely honest with you, it is impossible, just from the files alone, to determine whether these are real or fake. Honestly.
They include a bunch of anonymous government tips as well, so there's just some absolutely ludicrous allegations that, like, they can't even begin to be true with how out there they are. Oh, but Philion, put on your tinfoil hat. No. Let's stay on task here. What I mean is that anyone and everyone could have called in and made a tip. And then some fucking government employee just wrote it down. And now that's logged in the Epstein files.
We don't have the context. We don't know how much of this is authentic. We don't know how much of this has been corroborated. Certainly, it seems that some of it is more credible than other parts of it. So, for example, the emails between Jeffrey Epstein and people he knew, that seems legitimate to me. It's from Epstein's email. It's seized by the FBI.
Like Peter Attia? The internet's favorite cool doctor with the Richard Mills and silver chains and tribal tats. It's me, Peter Attia. Pussy is low calorie. Still working on the gluten, though. That's a real email, by the way. Uh-huh.
I have no reason to believe these are fabricated. The most you could say is maybe for whatever reason, Epstein was making these up to troll, to indict certain people. Who knows? That is maybe what you could say is the extent of it. That seems to be more credible. Then on the other side, you have this long list of sexual assault accusations against Trump, which are very out there and seem pretty wild. And there's no evidence for them. All we have are complaints.
There's essentially two camps, and it's annoying that we don't have more information on which one is more right. The first camp is like all these presidents, prime ministers, princes, whatever, were slicing off limbs and drinking adrenochrome out of babies. Maybe they were. It seems like Jeffrey Epstein literally had a birthing factory, Zorro Ranch. He believed in eugenics and breeding, and he wanted to impregnate thousands of women. And once again, it's near impossible to verify if these files have any sort of actual grounding, but there's emails of women taking pictures of their babies, being like, thank you so much, Jeffrey, for the wire transfer of $7 gorillion into my bank account. True. It's true. At least it exists in the files. I don't know if that's real, though. So, he just defended Trump, bro. Are you lost? He doesn't defend Trump in this entire clip, as you will soon see. I could believe that Trump has skeletons in his closet. I don't have a fucking dog in this fight. I am so hopeless and lost in the sauce of the current American government. Nothing is real. Everything is fake and gay. Like, this is just truthfully, in my opinion, the only thing America has going for it right now is the military-industrial complex and the fact that it is a tier 1 superpower that has the ability to wipe out anyone on the planet. That's like the military side is locked and dialed, okay? Everything else, the actual political landscape is cooked.
We have some reports from confidential informants, and they reflect opinions, unverified accusations. That, to me, seems less credible. Here's what I will say about all of it, however, and this is, to me, what matters. All of this started...
The second camp, I never finished my first thought, is that this is being used as blackmail, and that much is literally true. Certifiably fact.
Because Donald Trump said that he would release the Epstein files, which the public deserves to see. At the minimum, the public deserves to see all of this investigated, and it should be transparent. When Trump is elected, they do a fake out. Around this time last year, the Trump administration invites all of these Jewish influencers to the White House, guys like Rogan O'Handley.
You guys remember this? The phase 1 of the binders. They were just soy-facing outside the White House. We got the Epstein files. What a nothing burger.
Who was praying at the Western Wall. Guys like Mike Cernovich, who's tight with Alan Dershowitz, Scott Presler, Jack Posobiec. All the pro-Israel influencers are invited to the White House. As you remember, they get the binders, and the binders contain no new information, and they were only given to a handful of people. It was a head fake. And so you got to wonder, why did they create this fake out? Why did they try to trick us? Because that's what it is. They created this elaborate photo op in order to get people off of the case. They wanted us to stop looking into this. They wanted us to stop paying attention. Why? And that was their first move. Their first move 1 month in was to say, hey, let's invite their favorite influencers. Let's give them a bunch of crap. They will be satisfied and they will go away. They will stop caring about this issue. Very bold move. And quickly, people said...
For example, one of the posts that stood out to me, because after researching Robert Maxwell, the alleged triple spy, Ghislaine's dad, who was originally Jewish and then buried at Mount Olives in Israel after pissing off his fucking Lady Ghislaine yacht off the coast of Spain at 4 in the morning, just winds up dead. Got a post here. A second black book that was found on the streets of New York is now reported on the internet. It has Ghislaine's siblings in England, and of course she is one of the daughters of Robert Maxwell, publisher. Two of her sisters lead a company for US DOJ software. A backdoor to the software is suspected. Robert was given a state funeral in Israel after his tragic death. I suspect Robert, Ghislaine, and Jeffrey were all Mossad agents trying to blackmail leaders in the political and financial world. And then the link, I will pull this up. I gotta send this to myself. Bear with me. Just casually sending myself the Epstein files. There we go. This is the justice.gov Epstein Files dataset. And what I just read is mentioned here. This is what I'm saying. Like, this could be a tip. This could be fake. Like, it's just, but they're including it on the justice.gov dataset.
Hey, what's the deal? Put the files online. Why'd you give them to 5 people? Give them to everybody. Well, then they uploaded the files and people quickly realized the files were fake. So people said, what's really going on here? Okay, now where's the real files? By the end of that week, Kash Patel and Pam Bondi said, well, don't worry, we're releasing the files later. Well, later never came.
Yes, that's what I was looking for. Epstein threatened Mossad for $400 million. According to an allegation contained in the documents and based on an email dated March 15th, 2018, Jeffrey Epstein wrote that Robert Maxwell demanded $400 million from Mossad in an effort to save his collapsing empire. Dude, I can't even keep track of all these files. Here we go. Jesus Christ. There we go. That's what I was actually looking for. In a 2018 email, Epstein states that Robert Maxwell, Ghislaine's father, was passed away after attempting to... fuck! I can't read! In a 2018 email, Epstein states that Robert Maxwell, Ghislaine's father, was passed away after attempting to blackmail the Mossad for $400 million. This is Jeffrey Epstein saying this. From G Vacation. Robert Maxwell threatened Mossad. He told them that unless they gave him $400 million to save his crumbling empire, he would expose all he had done for them. In that time, he had free access to Margaret Thatcher's Downing Street Ronald Reagan's White House to the Kremlin and to the corridors of power throughout Europe. Maxwell passed on all the secrets he learned to Mossad in Tel Aviv. In turn, they tolerated his excesses, vanities, and insatiable appetite for a luxurious lifestyle and women. He told his controllers who they should target and how they should do it. He appointed himself as Israel's unofficial ambassador to the Soviet bloc. Now, the problem is, unless somebody put the actual dataset case file in this post, I just have to either take it at face value, trust Grok, or comb through 3 million files. And who is he sending it to? We don't know because it's redacted.
They said, we have all the files. We're going to put them out next week. Never happened. They got questioned about it. Pam Bondi said, hey, the files are on my desk. They're ready to go. Then it got even weirder. Trump asked the FBI, did my name...
I understand that Grok isn't perfect. I'm just laying out the options you have to self-verify this stuff. That's the problem. And it goes back to my original statement that dumping 3 million files on the American public without any way to like statically verify. There's nobody acting as the arbiter of truth. Like there's not an investigation going on. It's just, here's the information, do what you will with it.
Appear in the files. And the FBI actually spent hundreds of hours looking through the files, finding every mention of Trump's name. And there were thousands of mentions. Trump was asked about this in June of last year, and Trump denied doing this. They said, did your name appear in the files? Did you ask if your name appeared in the files? And Trump said no. That was a lie. So you really got to wonder what the hell is going on. You get the fake out.
There's a new audio leak of Epstein talking to Israel ex-Prime Minister Ehud Barak about Palantir. I listened to that as well. Not in its entirety, but that does exist, and that's in the case files. It's insane. It's insane. I feel like the fucking schizophrenic right now. And like I don't even have anyone to talk to this about besides like 3 close confidants / friends. Like, you can't bring this up to the regular people, to the normies. I'm lucky I have you guys so I could just bounce ideas off of and workshop so I could feel a little bit better about myself, but holy fuck.
They then try to procrastinate. They try to postpone it. Well, we'll put the files out later. Hope people forget.
Ehud Barak is one of the only confirmed connections to Israel. First of all, you're out of your mind if you think he's one of the only contacts in Israel. He just happens to be one of the biggest contacts, if not Jeffrey Epstein's immediate handler and/or protege.
About it, they come back. They say, well, we got him on our desk. They're going to come out later. Trump is very curious about whether he's in the files, and then he lies about asking the FBI to investigate and get to the bottom of that inquiry. Then, this is when it really gets weird. Elon Musk goes to the White House with a black eye. It's his last visit to the Oval Office. This is right before Israel bombs Iran. This is the week before. Elon Musk goes on Twitter and says the reason Trump will not release the files is because he's in them and he knows he's in them.
See, this is where it sort of loses me, although it is plausible, I guess. Nick is saying that Elon Musk chirped up and then essentially got roughhoused and had to undergo a humiliation ritual where he had a black eye in the Oval Office next to Trump as like a power move to like basically say, shut the fuck up.
He's got a black eye. It's a week before Israel bombs Iran, and then he's never in the Oval Office again. After Israel's war with Iran concludes, which the United States intervened in, Netanyahu visits the White House to celebrate, and he gives...
If you guys remember this, I mean, maybe.
Trump a big trophy for their victory in the war. The day before that visit, the DOJ publishes a memo and says, case closed. There are no Epstein files. They don't exist. We can't release them because there aren't any, and there are no third-party people we want to investigate. There's no black book. There's no sex trafficking ring. That never happened. This is done. This is a cold case. This is case closed. And as you recall, there was public outrage. People said, what the fuck is going on? First you said they're on your desk. Now you say they don't exist. You campaigned saying you're going to release the files. Now you say there are no files to release.
I wonder if the administration is like backed into a corner and they thought that they would just like, this would blow over by slow dripping and downplaying the files. And now everyone's just like, oh, fuck. It really is like this, the main elephant in the fucking room. It's the bull in the china shop of the current administration. It doesn't matter what else they do. It always goes back to Epstein.
You talked about this sex trafficking ring. As a matter of fact, that's what Epstein was charged with and convicted for 20 years ago. Now you say there never was a sex trafficking.
And that was 2008 when he was convicted as a sexual predator. Apparently, he would tell people that it was prostitution charges, and Alex Acosta was told to back off because he's intelligence. Allegedly speaking, of course. This is all common Epstein knowledge if you've been paying attention.
Ring. 2 weeks before the war.
And then you have people corresponding with Epstein while he's literally convicted. So, like, they don't give a fuck about the charges. They don't care that he's a turbo gooner pedophile. He was way more powerful than that. Very odd that people would just look past that to be his friend and or ally.
Or Elon's got a black eye and says Trump won't release the files because he's in them. Now Netanyahu brings this giant trophy to the White House to commemorate their victory in the war. And right before he arrives, he gets this gift, which is the Epstein files are going to be buried. So people go, what's up? Then you get this extraordinary cover-up. Trump comes out as guilty and defensive as anybody could possibly be. He says, if you are interested in the files, you're an idiot. You're a fake supporter. You're with the Democrats. You're with them. It's a hoax. The Democrats made it up. Why would they not get to the bottom of it under Biden? One line after another, one excuse after another, piling up. There are no files. It's only child sex abuse material. The files are real, but they're a hoax. They're real, but they're fake. If you believe in them, you're not my real supporter. Then you have Republican members of Congress that break with the party and vote with the Democrats to release the files. Congress shuts down a month early to prevent this from going through. Thomas Massie, Marjorie Greene, Nancy Mace, and Lauren Boebert get...
Yeah, the timing is odd. We had the biggest government shutdown in the middle of the files.
Get together, and they, working with the Democrats, are going to compel the release of the files with an act of Congress. They're even going to bypass the Speaker of the House, the leader of their own party. Congress closes a month early for their summer recess to prevent this from happening. Then when Congress comes back.
Yeah, some people were not applauding other countries, but in comparison to America, they were like, oh, at least some people are moved to resign from their position after being implicated. Slovakia National Security Advisor resigns over Epstein files, denies wrongdoing. Now, if you're smart, you would realize that if anyone resigns in America, they're basically admitting guilt. So that would be a dumb chess move to make.
Do we get the files? No, because Congress shuts down for 45 days. Longest government shutdown in history. And in the end, the Democrats give up without any concessions. Kind of weird. Then a week later, we finally get this bill. It goes to the floor. It passes. Marjorie Greene, who pushed it, resigns mysteriously after getting death threats. Then...
Whatever happened to Dan Bongiorno, bro? I mean, the administration is thinning itself out, and I don't want to assume the worst, but it's looking grim. Podcast Dan is going to get us the truth.
Trump tries to drag his feet. They try to delay the release of the files. They try to amend the bill. Doesn't work.
He had Trump on his show today.
It takes 2 months. Now we're in January 26. We finally get the files, and there's 6 million of them. Now we finally get the files after they pulled out every stop to prevent this from happening. They shut down the government. They shut down Congress. They tried to trick us. They tried to postpone it. They lied. Trump tried to guilt trip us.
This is all I care about, politically speaking. Sure, America's undergoing other problems, but it just pales in comparison to the level of subterfuge that is going on here. Everything else is just a walk in the park. That can wait. It doesn't even bother me. I need to know answers, like now.
Try to tell us it's not real. Finally, they release them. There's 6 million files. And Trump is named almost 5,000 times.
Why can't we access these files since they were declassified? We can. I'll show you right now. Justice.gov/Epstein. It's just that I don't have infinite time to go through all 3 million assets and then piece together a fucking coherent story. So you can search the database. You can go to the DOJ disclosures. And then you can work your way through the data sets. For example, I'll click on dataset 4. You have all these PDFs. Some are just completely useless. Others are more important than others. But page 2, page 3, page 4. This is one data set. And each of the PDFs includes pictures, scans, emails. There's no organization to it. And they're also retroactively deleting shit as well.
And you say, okay, so that was a lie. Everything they said about it was a lie. They said the files don't exist. Okay, there's 6 million of them. So obviously they exist and you lied. Then they said, well, they're a hoax. Okay, well, maybe some of the stuff is...
We got to wait for the Reddit autist to go through them. So this is gonna melt your brain here. There's a conspiracy theory. I don't know if you guys know this. Perhaps it's been debunked, but it has been reignited. Because in 2011, I believe, Christopher Mootpool, the founder of 4chan, who was mentioned in the files, having met or planned to meet Epstein and associates, the poll board on 4chan, which is essentially where like the current right-wing mimetic movement that pretty much did the heavy lifting for Donald Trump to be normalized and then instilled as president. Because what you have to understand with the internet is pretty much everything that we see is downstream from 4chan. The schizos, the autists, whatever. They are the Brahmins in a weird sense of our digital caste system. And then it makes its way to Reddit, Twitter or X, iFunny, and then eventually Instagram and like whatever. That's how you get mass adoption of information. But if you follow this under the pretext or the context that everything is downstream from 4chan, you have Christopher Moot Poole meeting with Epstein or planning to meet with Epstein in the files, in email correspondence with him, being regarded as one of the best hackers in the world. And then if you cross-reference the dates of when the Poll board was created, the conspiracy theory is that Poll was literally a Israeli and or Epstein mutant that they Frankenstein that they created. It's insane. It's like there's no other way to put it. And then where it gets even weirder is you have Ghislaine Maxwell, or a user by that name, being one of the most prolific moderators / posters. So you would have Jeffrey Epstein controlling 4chan via Poll and Christopher Moot Poole, and then Ghislaine on Reddit. So they have a stranglehold on both information influxes, just psyoping the masses.
Credible, but clearly a lot of it is. So that's a lie too. They said there is no trafficking ring. Well, from these emails and judging by what we've seen, I don't know that you can actually say that. I don't know that you can infer that without a full investigation. So it's hard to draw concrete conclusions.
Like I said, they are monitoring the files and deleting in real time. Epstein-related FOIA files and court records appear to have been pulled from the DOJ's website. Page not found, page not found, page not found. It's happening right now, like in front of our eyes.
Conclusions from what we've seen, because a lot of it is inconclusive. However, what we do know for a fact is that they lied. They engaged in a cover-up which failed.
This is the schizo theory I was just referencing. Creator and past owner of 4chan, Chris Poole, known as Moot, was in contact with Epstein, possibly opened up the board Poll after meeting with him. So as you can see, Politically Incorrect, or the Poll board, which is basically 4chan's version of a subreddit, was launched October 23rd, 2011, 14 years ago, now 15 years ago. And the email correspondence is Thursday, October 20th, 2011. So 3 days before. This is from Boris Nikolic. Last night and this morning in San Francisco, fun. Also met some interesting people. There's this cool guy kid that you should meet. Christopher Poole. He is only 23. Read his bio. The rest of Dav in Seattle in MTE. Tomorrow morning for NYC. What is the plan? Woody. Have you tickets? And I think that's Woody Allen. Can't wait to see you. And then Epstein. This is Epstein in the email. Responding, he says, yes, he is great. I had no clue who he is when we met. We talked almost an hour nonstop. He will be a friend. FYI, he's one of the greatest hackers. He will be a friend? What the fuck? And then Chris responds, sorry for missing this. I've been off email for the past few weeks in an attempt to catch up with the rest of life. Hoping to see Boris at TED and hope to see Jeffrey in New York. Hope you're well, Chris.
They lied about the existence of the files, the contents of the files, the treatment of the files. They pulled out every procedural stop to prevent the files from coming out, and now we only have half of them, and what's in there is pretty disturbing. Now, here's the next part of this, and I said it at the beginning. It's actually not our job to get to the bottom of this. It's our right to see it, but it's not our responsibility to investigate. Why? Because we don't have any power. Okay, the FBI has power. The Department of Justice has power. Congress has power. All of these institutions have power to subpoena, to investigate.
Yeah, that's why we pay taxes. You would hope.
To summon people. All of them have power.
And what's going on? Nothing.
Actually, to action these files and claims and accusations. We have the right to see the files. It is now the obligation of our representative government to do the people's will and investigate.
And even if they did, I wouldn't put my hopes in it, considering that there's millions of files. And with bureaucracy and red tape, it would take forever. We would know the truth 200 years from now.
So you've got 3 million.
I'll just give a thumbs up from my fucking grave. Guys, we did it! Mummy Phil. Skeleton. Skin and bones. We finally know the truth. Yeah, and the files are being deleted right now.
In files here, Howard Lutnick, Bill Gates, Elon Musk, Richard Branson, Steve Bannon, all these people are named. Donald Trump.
It's either you give us everything or nothing. This is narrative control happening before our eyes. Page not found. The link is broken. Oh yeah, remember that link that you were looking at the other day? Guess what? It's gone now. You didn't remember it. Fucking Men in Black. Your memory has been wiped.
Bill Gates. Now you need a full-blown investigation by the FBI into all of this. There are very serious accusations against Trump. This needs to be investigated. There are very serious accusations against all these people. This needs to be investigated. FBI needs to get to the bottom of it. DOJ. And you know what the next move is that they're going to try? You have House Republicans that are on the committee. They're already trying to pivot and make it about the Democrats. They're trying to compel Bill and Hillary Clinton to come and testify about the files. But Bill and Hillary Clinton are only a couple of people that are involved here.
This wasn't how the release was defined. That's a great point. It's not.
They're going to try and make it a partisan thing. This is about everybody that was involved in this. We need to know, because we need to know who's compromised. Are these emails with Bill Gates and Jeffrey Epstein real? Because if they are, then that means that
Don't worry about it. Cash is on it like vomit. Dude, I love Cash Patel, man. Fellow Long Islander. I trust him. He's the GOAT. He's got it under control. Rest easy now, brother. We'll see you in Valhalla.
Jeffrey Epstein had extraordinary blackmail leverage over Bill Gates, one of the richest people in the world. That would be a big problem. And if Epstein had a similar relationship with Howard Lutnick...
That would be a problem. If you're able to blackmail the literal moguls and titans that walk this earth, that's a huge problem. They're exploiting the goonerism, like I said. Yes, tragic, terrifying, horrific, that they used underage girls and potentially boys and babies for whatever. But why? It was for leverage. Over who? For what reason? The future of the world literally hinges on this, technically speaking.
Or Donald Trump or Bill Clinton, you know, that's a big problem. Because that would also seem to suggest that these people are compromised. By who? For what purpose? So, again, and this is the most important thing, and I said this a couple weeks ago, everyone said it was controversial. Trump is not a pedo protector per se. That's not what this is. To the extent that there was pedophilia or underage sexual abuse, not justifying it, that was only in the further...
Yes, but why? Exactly like the penguin. Why? I feel like a 2-year-old. There's a thing in parenting, I'm pretty sure it exists, where the toddler will just be like, why? But why? Why? It's a game of like logical conversation where the child, not knowing any better, will just keep asking why. It's like a sign of intelligence. I feel like that right now. I need to know why.
Furtherance of another crime. You understand the difference? That was in the furtherance of another.
JP touches on this, Phil. It's curiosity. I'm curious. Oh, I'm curious, George. Curiosity killed the cat, and I'm the fucking cat. I got 9 lives.
Or crime. It's not like they were running a pedophilia ring because they just really wanted to get their rock.
I'm curious, Joel. That's a deep reference.
Off and Jeffrey Epstein was a pimp. That's not what happened here. Jeffrey Epstein was pimping girls out to blackmail his clients.
Yes. Thank you, someone with a fucking brain.
You understand?
I do. I need everyone else to understand this, so I'm not the lone schizo here.
The sex trafficking, the sexual abuse of underage girls, these were crimes committed in the furtherance of extortion to compromise powerful people. That is actually the larger question. Are you prepared to ask that question? I see people squealing and screaming.
I am prepared.
Screaming, pedophile protector, and they want to get into the sensational details of the sex crimes. I understand that. But you do realize that, let's say we nail Bill Gates for cheating on his wife, or we nail somebody for sleeping with a 16-year-old or a 15-year-old. It's a crime. It's disturbing. But the next question is, who paid for the blackmail? Is that person compromised? And if they were compromised, what were they ordered to do and by who?
Thank you.
It's a question of politics. It's a question of our sovereignty. That is the scandal here. That is what the FBI...
This is why I feel like I'm going fucking insane. Because the U.S. government, the administration, whoever... I haven't even checked in on Trump, Vance, anyone. Has it been radio silence? Like, have they said anything about this? And then mainstream media is going to focus on fucking Bill Gates being a gooner. I don't care! I already knew that! Start naming fucking names, okay? Start calling out governments, agencies, politicians. Don't act like I'm retarded. Please! I know I'm retarded, but I don't need to be told it by you.
Needs to get to the bottom of. Because when you look at this circle, you see Howard Lutnick, our commerce secretary. You see Bill Gates, who runs Microsoft, one of the most valuable companies in the world. You see Elon Musk, again, who is going to be the world's first trillionaire.
A political party doesn't want to address they may have elected a literal foreign asset to president. Or not even just a president, but like, dude, we have no idea who's on whose side here. That's why I'm saying, bro, Teddy Roosevelt's got that quote, there can be no mistake as to what an American is. Or, I'm gonna crash out.
$1.5 trillion IPO for SpaceX, runs Tesla, runs X, runs Starlink and Starshield. If these people have connections to...
You know we're on the same side, right? We're literally allies. Oh, the U.S. and Israel? So then why is there blackmail potentially between the two agencies, or CIA, Mossad, whatever? One in the same. Are we really allies? Nah, yeah.
Epstein. That doesn't just imply that there's a sex crime. It implies that there is corruption.
I am literally a goy cattle slave. And I know my place. I'm a good Shabbos goy, and that's all I'll ever be.
There is some sort of nefarious political operation. That's actually the real story here. But I don't think we're ever going to see the light of day on this stuff. I don't think the FBI, the DOJ, I don't think they're ever going to bring any of that to light. Why would they? Kash Patel works for Trump. Pam Bondi works for Trump. Trump, in a sense...
Israel historically has had backdoors within sold cybersecurity products the U.S. has purchased. Dude, I know this. I'm aware of this. This is important information to know. But if you were to ask any boomer or normie, like they don't, like knowing this information does nothing because you can do nothing with the information. That's the problem that I keep running into. Like, nothing changes. We're just fucked.
Works for Israel, works for Elon. So how are they going to investigate these people? If Miriam Adelson and Israel and Elon, if they pulled Trump strings because they contribute the money, and if Trump employs Kash Patel and Pam Bondi, then how are Pam Bondi and Kash Patel going to possibly run this up the flagpole and do their job? They can't. Excuse me.
Boomers will just quote a Spielberg movie.
And if they tried to, Trump would fire them.
They'll just watch Netflix slop.
And if Trump empowered them to investigate, what do you think would happen to Trump? The billionaires would flip Congress and they would impeach Trump, and they get somebody else in who would fire the DOJ and the FBI. This is the nature of our problem, you see? Are you starting to get it? This is why we need a Putin-like figure. This is why we need a Xi Jinping-like figure. Because at the end of the day, the president is disposable. And the law enforcement works for the president. This is the problem. Can a U.S. attorney, can an FBI agent, can an attorney general, can they fight the president? No. Can the president fight the billionaires or the foreign states? No.
See, he wants Trump to be a dictator. I don't think that's what he said. I just think he's highlighting the problem with the expendable nature of term limits and political office. You can't actually get shit done in a 4-year period. This is why the deep state is such a grounded conspiracy theory. It's because no matter who's president, there are people in Georgetown at martini parties, fucking eyes wide shut, tight beat, just unelected officials who are dynastically ingrained in our government. Nobody's checking the CIA.
Not really. Can they fight the media and the intelligence agencies and Congress all at once? Hell no. That is why
you know what you need to do? Read Devil's Chessboard.
Democracy, an open society, is fundamentally vulnerable to an attack from the outside. That's why we need some kind of strong executive. We need someone that is impervious to this.
Isn't the CIA only supposed to operate in foreign countries? Have you ever heard of MK Ultra? We were one-shotting our own people with fucking LSD. Dude, we were watching them bang through peepholes. Clearly. It's not ideal.
We need the billionaires to be afraid of the president.
Nick is saying we need a president who isn't so obviously controlled by outside influences. That's right.
We need those outside influences to be afraid of the president, not the other way around. Otherwise, this is the problem that you get. So,
no, he said we need a dictator. Maybe he did say that. But I don't think he wants Trump to be the dictator.
Those are the Epstein files. Very sensational, but inconclusive. The real thing is we need to get the FBI to investigate, but they'll never do that. And here's going to be the next move. You ready?
The dark monarchy. The NRX speaks of this.
For this? This is hanging over Trump's head. So you thought that electing Trump was going to be the burn it all down option. If we elect Trump, he doesn't have to worry about re-election. If we elect Trump, he wants revenge because they tried to kill him. They tried to indict him. So people said Trump is unaccountable to anybody. Trump can just do what needs to be done. This is hanging over Trump's head like a dagger. You understand? So if Trump doesn't bring us to war with Iran, the dagger falls. If Trump doesn't play ball with the Israel lobby or the billionaires, the dagger falls.
So this is positioning Trump as being compromised and exposed. That they're being leverage over his head. If he doesn't play ball and do what Israel wants with Iran, I don't know. I have no idea. I don't even know what my thoughts are on that. At this point, I'm just absorbing and putting it in the folders.
How does that happen? Why does that happen? The House will go to the Democrats in 26. They will impeach, which is to indict. Then it gets kicked over to the Senate. Republicans might lose some seats. I haven't looked at the map lately. The Democrats will have 45, 48 seats. They're going to need a dozen Republicans to defect to convict Trump. And that's going to be your...
He's not unique in that aspect. It's been the same story for every U.S. president for 50 years. Yeah, I guess I'm just sobered up to the reality of how dire this situation is in American politics.
John Thune, that's going to be your Susan Collins, your Lisa Murkowski. That's going to be, it's not going to be difficult.
How does this impact me, though? That's an interesting question because there's sort of two paths to take. One is just tuning all this out and just focusing on yourself, your immediate self and community and loved ones, and just trying to actualize. And the other part of it, it's like, it's ignorance is bliss. It's the red pill or the blue pill. You're either aware this is happening or you just do your own thing.
If the Israelis, the billionaires, if they really...
Just put your fingers in your ears and go, la, 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 la. I can't hear you.
Really wanted it, they could kick him out of office. And maybe that's what this is really about. Maybe this is their ace in the hole. Why do you think that the first Iran war was bookended by intrigue about the Epstein files? Elon crashes out with this black eye about Epstein. A week later, we're at war with Iran. Epstein files get buried. Next day on...
Bro is getting bent over willingly and ignoring it. Yeah, I just like to be aware of how I'm getting fucked.
7/7, July 7th, 2025, 2/5. Netanyahu comes to the White House with his trophy for a job well done in the war with Iran. Epstein files get released. Today, we're locked and loaded for our second war with Iran. What a coincidence.
Chad, are we going to war with Iran?
What an absolutely amazing coincidence. So the Epstein files are talked about last year, war with Iran. They're buried, trophy for war with Iran. Epstein files are released. Loaded gun pointed at Iran, strikes as soon
Just put the fries in the bag. That's how I feel.
as Sunday. Make it less subtle. Make it more obvious. I mean, that's what it looks like to me. And maybe that's conspiratorial. Maybe that's crazy. But that's what it looks like to me. This is humiliating for the president. It is mortifying. Whether the stuff in here is credible or not, you have FBI documents saying that Trump...
It's not a guess of if, but when. I mean, it would be cool if the U.S. wasn't as imperialistic as it was and just, started isolation maxing. Just did their own thing. But no. We got to be in everyone's business forever.
Was taking turns raping kids and then they were killed in front of him. No matter how you cut it, this is a catastrophe for Trump. And you wonder what's going on there. Who wanted that to come out? Who is in control of that information? What's in those other 3 million files that they didn't release?
When are they releasing those? Can we get a timeline? Can we get a patch update? Why is there no one telling us anything?
Who has the negatives? Who has the rest of it? Is it in Tel Aviv? Is it in the possession of Ehud Barak? Who's got it? What else is out there that we don't know about? That's the concern. So people said a couple weeks ago, if you watch...
Yeah, imagine what they're not showing us. If they were comfortable enough to share this with the class, I mean, holy fuck.
Watch my show, I said, it's not pedo protector. That's sort of missing the point. However you classify the sex crimes. Really, it's a story about sex abuse in the service of political compromise, political blackmail. And those are really the farthest reaching implications of this.
Chad, what do we got next? Oh, 668 viewers on a fucking Monday. Holy buckets. YouTube, you gonna keep raging me? You gonna keep raging me, or do I have to put on the parental controls? Do I have to put you behind a payment gate so you start behaving? Do I blackmail you? Might have to do it.
Before we get into the details,
everyone on
let's
Kick,
just talk
super well behaved. They're the best. They're the best. That's why I encourage you guys to go to kick.com/Philly and become a green goblin today. You'll be good. You'll be good. All right. All right. All right. I'm gonna start banning you to the Shadow Realm. So we have a 2-hour video. Is a Steve Bannon interview that was just released. I want to watch it. I want to watch it, chat. I fell asleep to this. It's very enjoyable. This is what I'm going to do. I'm going to go rip an absolute piss aisle. I'll be right back, okay? Going to rip an absolute piss aisle. It's going to look something like this. That is going to be my toilet bowl with my piss aisle. BRB. Now tell me why Jeffrey Epstein pushes Palantir to former Israeli prime minister.
Okay, turning now to the intelligence connections. We've collated all of the most important stuff, and we're going to lead off with an extraordinary bit of audio in which Epstein appears to have secretly recorded.
So there was at the.
Let's cover this. Fuck it. Fuck it, we ball. Let's cover this, chat. No, I'm chilling. My anxiety has passed because I'm literally him. I'm literally him. That's right. That's right. Guys, I sometimes get a little kooky off the caffeine. What can I say? You want me to lie to you? You want me to lie to you? No shot. No shot. Explosive audio. Epstein pushes Palantir to former Israeli Prime Minister Ehud Barak. Now, why would he do that? Good old Jeffrey just, talking to his best buddy, former Prime Minister of Israel. Let me tell you, new up-and-coming company. This Peter Thiel guy, he's like a lizard man. I don't know, dude. These missiles, next level. Check this out. You're really looking to Palantir, bud. Let's learn.
Okay, turning now to the intelligence connections. We've collated all of the most important stuff, and we're going to lead off with an extraordinary bit of audio in which Epstein appears to have secretly recorded a meeting between...
Justice.gov/Epstein, by the way. This is where you'll get the actual data sets. So this is where that audio is coming from.
Between himself and between Ehud Barak, the former prime minister of Israel, talking here to Ehud Barak specifically about the company Palantir. Let's take a listen.
He thought there was two cyber companies. Look out, and even though I know Peter, I've never met Peter Thiel, and everybody says he sort of jumps around and acts sort of strange, like he's on drugs.
Smoking, yeah.
Yeah.
He looks under drugs.
However,
he looks on drugs.
He has a company called Palantir. Pallen Tier. Palantir.
Just completely butchered the spelling. That's common with good old Epstein, or should I say Eggstein. Bro couldn't spell to save his life. He didn't give a fuck.
Here's Peter Thiel's company. And look out.
Palantir, Palantir?
Yes.
Math wizard, by the way. Super genius. Uh-huh. He's waiting for him to look it up.
How you write Thiel? Thielley.
Thiel.
Yeah. LLY.
No. Thiell.
His accent is so strange, like a rich Disney villain. He sounds Jewish. I don't know how else to... That's not like on some real shit. If you grow up around Jewish people and communities, that's just the voice.
Okay.
So he thought that Peter would put you on the board of Palantir. Peter Thiel is one of the best. I've never met him. He's going to come here next week.
Like New York Jewish, and I would know because New York Jewish, not Jewish.
So I wanted to talk to him after I talked to you.
Okay.
He and Andreessen, it's called Andreessen Horowitz.
A16Z. He's talking about Egghead now. Look at this guy's dome. This is a real unedited picture, by the way. That's just his dome piece. He just walks around with that. Talk about supervillain. I mean, holy shit. He's also like 6'5". This guy's fucking huge. He's massive. believe he was the founder of Netscape, and now he's Silicon Valley royalty. He owns A16Z, which is essentially a hedge fund.
That's what they pay Larry $1 million a year, just to advise them.
Andreas and
ANDREESON.
So, humor me. Why would Epstein do this? He's just chopping it up with his boys. He's just on a Discord chat with the homies. Yeah, an egg penis and egghead is a crazy collab. Just some tips. He's a fucking spy! Holy shit! I've been saying it for fucking years at this point. Stop making it seem like I'm the schizo. It's in front of your face.
And Horowitz.
And Howard.
Horo. Horowitz.
Horowitz.
Yes.
What they are? It's a lobbyist.
I'm not crazy. You're crazy.
What they are?
They are the biggest venture capital people in Silicon Valley.
Well, bigger than Sequoia or Kleiner
These are the new Kleiner Perkins. Everybody, these are the smart boys.
Yeah.
So those two companies right away, in terms of, I said that we need now, in the next 3 weeks, if you're going to leave.
Very important find there
Incredible
from Ryan. And that was from a multiple-hour clip, so I don't even know who went through that. Props to whoever did. But you can see there Epstein advising Ehud Barak. Ehud Barak is the former prime minister of Israel. He's also former head of military intelligence. Founded a security company, which, of course, was invested in by Jeffrey Epstein, which has long been a suspected intelligence, Mossad potential connection.
Why are we saying potential? Holy.
Let's continue.
Spelling there also extraordinary.
Disastrous. But I mean, that's part of the crazy part is like the idea this was some sort of genius. He's literally an imbecile. At least from what we could see here, he was just good at one thing, and that one thing was appearing to be very socially connected, and of course his own
spycraft, blackmail.
Disgusting predilections. Let's go to the next one. I found this actually in the files. This is
yeah. Get ready for this one. This is to Ehud Barak. Allegedly. Actually, we don't know who it's from because it's redacted. Oh, here, right here. E.H. Barak. I was right. You should make it clear that I don't work for Mossad. You or I? That I don't. Smiley face. Yeah, just, tell them I don't work for Mossad. Can you just do me that solid? W. Agent. With the smiley face. The fucking gaslighting will never stop.
A exchange between Ehud Barak and Epstein. I'll set the stage. This is ahead of a meeting with a Qatari investment fund. And he says, "Hi, Jeff. Are you going to be in London on Thursday?" Epstein replies, "Unfortunately not. You should make clear I don't work for Mossad."
I mean, even if I did work for Mossad, I wouldn't want people knowing that I work for Mossad. You know what I mean? We're expecting him to walk around with a fucking tattoo on his forehead that says Israeli intelligence on it. Rule number 1, you never blow your cover. Allegedly.
Odd smiley face. Ehud Barak says, "You or I?" ?
Absolute super genius Jeffrey Epstein.
And Epstein says, "That I don't." Smiley face. Okay. That you should make clear. By the way, it's completely unprompted. Ahead of a meeting, apparently, with the Qataris for a major investment deal where he's like, "Hey, just make clear that I don't work for Mossad." So clearly, what do they think? He works for Mossad.
Well, and Ryan made the comment here. He's like, yeah, he doesn't. That's true. He doesn't work for Mossad. It's more like Mossad works for him.
Right. Yeah. That's
that's Ryan's assessment.
Right. That was Ryan's assessment. So
I looked into it myself and found no evidence that I am indeed Mossad. Case closed, gentlemen. Winky face.
Yeah, I mean, I guess technically correct, right? Whenever it comes to that. This is the next one. In 1999, Epstein anonymously FOIA'd the CIA.
FOIA'd?
to obtain all CIA records that might reflect an open or otherwise acknowledged agency affiliation between himself and the CIA. In 2011, he wrote again to see if CIA had acknowledged any links with him in the 12 years since. Now, why would somebody do that if there was no connection at all?
I've noticed Epstein uses the equal sign. No, it's part of the HTML code. So that when they pulled all the information and data and then compiled it, it's so that the emails format in a specific manner depending on the device. So that's why he uses the equal sign a lot, or appears to, even though he's not typing it.
By using the lawyer, he had to go through the Privacy Act that ensured that the public would not know that Epstein was the requester of CIA records. This is all from Mike Benz. And all the correspondence would remain between the CIA and Epstein's law firm. So as you can show out, it's pretty crazy that you're even...
No, it's because he's a mathematical super genius and he's calculating his conversations mid-sentence.
FOIA-ing the CIA back in 1999, asking for any records about yourself. Why would you want any some sort of acknowledgement from the CIA of your potential prior past service? And this is why, remember the year, 99. This is years after where many of us who have been researching and studying the Epstein case have suspected when his intelligence connections began in the 1980s. And there was that alleged involvement with...
I don't understand why... Not one singular person can come out and just be like, yeah, intelligence. We have to dance around it. Maybe it's unsubstantiated. Kill me, dude, in Minecraft.
Arms traffickers from Douglas Lease to the Khashoggis, Adnan Khashoggi. You had his potential involvement here with some Iran-Contra financing deals back in the 1980s, the ability to move money around Steve Hoffenberg and the prior association there with moving money offshore, a skill very, very important for the U.S. intelligence community. 1999, before, again, the conviction. So there, the potential of why exactly he's FOIAing his own records, there's multiple things, right? He could be trying to force them to acknowledge their relationship with him. He could be trying to put them on notice for his relationship now previously. But following up back in 2011, there is some, again, this is my own personal suspicion. My suspicion, and this is backed up a little bit by some other analysis, is that he was furious, potentially, that they had cut association with him, potentially around that.
FOIA is Freedom of Information Act. It's a formal written request submitted to a U.S. federal agency for access to government records or information as authorized by 5 U.S.C. 552, enacted in 1966. This law allows any person, including U.S. citizens and foreign nationals, to request documents, emails, or data which agencies must release unless it falls under 9 specific exemptions, such as national security or personal privacy.
That time after his conviction. Now remember, they...
Bro FOIA'd himself.
Potentially may have gotten him out of the conviction or some sort of intelligence connection, might have gotten him the sweetheart deal. But by 2011, he's jonesing to either try and force them to acknowledge the relationship, to bring him back in, and or potentially threaten to reveal some of what he knows. But it is open and shut insane, the FOIA record from 1999, prior to any conviction, prior to any even investigation into Epstein. That is a clear-cut, clearly shows some sort of association that happened to exist at that time. This is not something they're going to acknowledge anyway, even in some sort of a FOIA. It seemed to have been putting them on notice, potentially trying to restart something, but at the very least, it does show that some sort of connection, at least in Epstein's mind, had believed to have been there for many, many years, going back almost, more than 20 years ago now.
Yeah, I mean, if you think about it, you're the CIA, you don't really want people to know that you're connected with Jeffrey Epstein for a variety of reasons. And so could very well have been, a little shot across the bow of, hey.
Is that a real name? Crystal Ball. I've talked to her before. Nice woman.
This could all be made public.
I just need to know, is that her real name? That's almost like 2 on the nose. That's 2 on the third eye. I have this crystal ball.
And I know that you know, and so I'm just sending this in so that you see it. And so it's almost like, could have been almost like a threat. And we know the way he operates, right? This very manipulative, very strategic, sending himself all those emails into his inbox about various...
I'm crystalling my balls right now.
Dirty secrets of the billionaires and other elites that he knows. This could have been similar type behavior like a threat aimed at the apparatus of the CIA.
Right. The other reason why I think it's very important is that we know.
I think they filled the files with so much slop, it's impossible to decipher. I agree. At least the truth is obfuscated, because now I have to comb through all this digital noise just to get a crumb of an answer.
From the CIA's behavior. I talked about this previously. The CIA, in many cases, which involved, let's say,
the ball that I just crystal told me that you should go to kick.com/Philion and click the follow button, because there's a movement known as Third Eye Global that is gaining momentum in the shadows, and you don't want to miss it.
Sam material. Okay. What they would do is they would almost never have those cases go to trial, like when their agents were involved. Why? Because they can never have their agents go into open court. They're terrified because they don't want their sensitive material to ever be released, let's say in an open trial, because that would be public. So almost certainly, we know in multiple cases, they would pressure the DOJ and the FBI. They go, guys, I know this is heinous. We need to strike a plea deal. This cannot go to trial. This guy needs to go to federal prison, and in exchange, he gets a few years shave.
Interesting. I didn't think about that. But that's because I'm too busy occupied with all this other sludge. But if it were to go to trial, then it would be public. So it's easier for them to just pretend, or at least not acknowledge how heinous Mr. Epstein was. And just be like, yeah, put him in jail.
Off of his sentence, and we all walk happy. This is
potentially maybe hang him in his own cell. Ah, the cameras weren't working. Ah.
Multiple instances.
Oh, I have a great idea. Why don't we put him next to a fucking roided out mass murderer? That's a perfect cellmate. What in the Gotham fucking Arkham Asylum are we talking about?
Where we've seen stuff like this. There's a reason why this heinous activity comes hand in glove with a lot of intelligence, because you can usually get away with it and you can leverage your connections. It gets to the potential of the sweetheart deal. But I do think the FOIA is one of the most important for our own intelligence, not to mention foreign intelligence. Now, keeping with the foreign intelligence, let's go.
Do I think that there are other Epsteins out there? That's a great question. No shot. He's one of one, dude. Nobody did it like Jeff.
To D3. This is, again, directly contradictory of a lot of the stuff that FBI, Kash Patel, and all those have.
I mean, historically speaking, people sometimes bring up Eli Cohen, who worked for Mossad and basically ran orgies around the world, ultimately got caught and then killed. Israel staged an international campaign for clemency, hoping to persuade Syria not to execute him. Israeli Foreign Minister Golda Meir led a campaign urging Damascus to consider the consequences of hanging him. Diplomats, prime ministers, parliamentarians, and Pope Paul VI tried to intercede. Nope, he was hung. He was regarded as a national hero in Israel. Here you go. Cohen continued his social life he has had in Argentina, spending times in cafes listening to political gossip. He also held parties at his home for high-placed Syrian ministers, businessmen, and others. At these parties, Cohen dispensed free-flowing liquor and prostitutes. Yeah. And highly placed officials would openly discuss their work and army plans. Does this sound familiar? Like I said, this is Eli Cohen. He was an early Mossad agent, and sometimes people draw parallels between him and Epstein. If anything, it should just open your mind if you're not aware of the fact that these spies do exist. This shit is black bagged and memory hold. And yes, they use prostitutes and sextortion and compromising blackmail information for leverage
previously told us. So here we are. This is an email I found in the files where Epstein emails, you can see the Russian there. He says, "How are you? I need a favor. There is a Russian girl from Moscow. She is attempting to blackmail a group of powerful..."
And I haven't seen this covered yet in any of these videos, but the references to pizza and hot dogs and steaks, I don't think he's talking about food. I'm going to come out on a limb and say here, I don't think he's talking about food. Torture videos and...
businessmen in New York. It is bad for business.
I have an email saying shit like, I loved watching the cheese drip off the pizza. Huh?
Business for everyone involved. She arrived New York Saturday last week, staying at the Four Seasons on 57th Street. ... Suggestions? Question mark. So on its face,
I mean, Robert Maxwell wasn't trafficking that we know of, but he was an international intelligence agent. And look at who his daughter was literally partnered with. Yeah, I mean, but Robert Maxwell had his own version of espionage. He was clocked by the, I forget the office in the UK, what it's called. The Foreign Office, the FO. Did I get that right? I'll pull it up right now. For being a literal spy. Dude, I'm so fucking wicked smart. It's insane. This is why you tune in to a youtube.com/Philion, kick.com/Philion stream. I'm pulling up Control F search queries of terms that I remember in my filing cabinet of crystallized information. God! The British Foreign Office suspected Maxwell of being a secret agent of a foreign government, possibly a double agent or a triple agent, and a thoroughly bad character and most certainly financed by Russia. He had known links to the British Secret Intelligence Service MI6 and the Soviet KGB and to the Israeli intelligence service Mossad. He was buried on the Mount of Olives in Jerusalem. It was attended by Israeli Prime Minister Yitzhak Shamir, Israeli President Shem Herzog, and at least 6 serving and former heads of Israeli intelligence. Huh? This is what happens. When the caffeine starts flowing in my brain, I put you guys on.
Threatening, right? Why is
Yeah.
he listing her address? He says, hey, this is bad for business. I need this to go away. Here's her address, by the way. Here's where she's staying. She's Russian.
You guys know McGraw-Hill textbooks? In 1989, McGraw-Hill formed a joint venture with media proprietor Robert Maxwell, creating a major partnership that briefly made it the second largest textbook publisher in the United States. So, you know, one guy's into gooning on an island, another guy is into literal propaganda via textbooks. I'm just saying. Each spy has their own method. You got fucking McGrawed in 4K.
The guy she's emailing is Russian. I need some help with this. Okay, I need a favor. All right, so this is literally like mob.
And I'll just pull up the right there, bro. Right there. Robert Maxwell, 1989. McGraw-Hill took full ownership of the venture in 1993. And when did Robert Maxwell die? Is it 96? I don't think so. 1991, after he fell overboard from his yacht near the Canary Islands. I fear that I'm noticing. I fear that I'm realizing. I feel that I'm observing a little too much information.
Well, if you look a little bit deeper, it's even crazier. So let's put the next one up here on the screen. So this was Epstein's ties with an FSB Academy graduate. Remember that Russian that I mentioned previously when we were talking about the Peter Thiel case. This guy's name is Sergei Belyakov, who was then the Deputy Minister of Economic Development, later the head of the St. Petersburg Economic Forum Foundation, which runs the St. Petersburg International Economic Forum. Became the norm for female escorts from all over Russia to be present.
Dude, all I'm saying is, okay, I know how to swim. I love my life. The air pressure in my tires, it's A-okay. I got the Audi Quattro. It's fine in snow. The brakes, just got them, you know, everything's checked out. My house, all the structures, good to go. I don't have any health problems whatsoever. I'm just saying.
At the forum. Belyakov is a graduate of the FSB Academy, which prepares Russian intelligence officers. At the Dossier Center discovered, he helped Epstein to deal with a Russian model who was blackmailing American businessmen, as well as proposing to arrange meetings with multiple, senior officials inside of Russia. For his part, Epstein would then advise him on saving the Russian economy amid imposed sanctions, while also
seriously considering marrying a trustafarian and living out my life in a van right now. Yeah, you have two options, Western man. You can either be aware of this shit or just live a happy, fulfilling life. Ignorantly blissful. And I gotta say, that is really appealing to me.
recruiting high-profile guests for the St. Petersburg Economic Forum. So you can see clearly, I need this rush. She's attempting to blackmail people. I need some suggestions. According to Epstein, the powerful men were taking advantage of women like her. Belyakov responded swiftly, sending a profile of her just days later. And he lists her colleagues, nobody behind her. He says doesn't appear to be working with anybody else. Deny of the access to the U.S. would be a great threat to her business. So what he's doing is that he is compiling some sort of dossier inside of Russia and sending it over to Epstein. So this is, again, you have a Russian intelligence official. By the way, even in general, you don't become a senior official inside of Russia.
That's fascinating because Maxwell technically had ties to the KGB as well, allegedly speaking, of course. So working for multiple intelligence agencies is... Apparently you can just be a spy for hire, like a mercenary. You can just have your allegiance to 9 different superpowers. You work for Mossad one day, on Tuesday you're with the CIA. Oh, Thursday comes around, I'm feeling KGB. And then on Saturday, you're chilling with the African warlords. This is the way.
Like this, without some sort of patronage.
That's just diversification. Jeffrey Epstein knows all about that.
Right? From Putin, from anybody, from like any of the oligarch class. Epstein's connection here, and there's so many emails with Russian girls that are in there, just in terms of his own depravity. And so this, now we have Mossad at the top that we talked about, CIA, and here's FSB. And not to mention the Qataris and all of these other people.
Are we really separating the CIA and Mossad, though? I really wish I had a fucking CIA agent I could talk to, put him on speaker, and just be like, yo, shoot it to me straight. Do you guys fucking hate each other, or are you literally in bed with each other? Are you allies or arch nemesis? I'm tired of being told that our greatest ally, Oh, that's our strategic alliance. They're our greatest ally. It feels like a toxic relationship.
That we have talked about. And that's why I think it's very important. You know, you said the Mossad works for him. In a certain sense, like he was never some clear-cut employee and or asset. He floated above in this universe where he was connected to everybody, including the arms traffickers and everything. And I think that what this does is back up and show where he's using his intelligence network, obviously on behalf of himself and his powerful businessman friends who are being blackmailed. You have this previous joke, right? Please don't say I work for Mossad, CIA, FOIA. I mean, I don't know what else you need here to see very clearly. Like, this is in no way somebody who was not connected to multiple intelligence agencies on its face very clearly, especially when we continue and show everybody all of the other.
I'm also fascinated in Epstein's apparent network of shadow children that he may or may not have impregnated at Zorro Ranch. There's a lot of files and pictures, justice.gov/Epstein, in the data sets that point to a lot of little Jeffreys running around.
Stuff he was doing out in the open to help foreign governments negotiate trade deals, peace agreements, ambassadors, ensnaring this. Clearly, it's part of statecraft that was important to his overall social network.
Yes.
Yeah.
Let's put the next one up on the screen because this dovetails with this. I mean, we've talked so much about the original quote unquote sweetheart deal, and there had been this, this one allegation, anonymous source to the Daily Beast, as Glenn points out, that Acosta had said that he was told Epstein belonged to intelligence. Now we have, because of this release, an FBI report that describes the same. So I'll read you. This is from the FBI report. Jeffrey Epstein was represented by Alan Dershowitz. Confidential human source, CHS, remembered Dershowitz telling Alex Acosta, U.S. Attorney in Southern District of Florida at the time, that Epstein belonged to both U.S. and allied intelligence services. CHS shared phone calls between Dershowitz and Epstein during which he or she took notes. After these calls, Mossad would then call Dershowitz to debrief. Epstein was close to the former Prime Minister of Israel, Ehud Barak, and trained as a spy under him. Barak believed Netanyahu who was a criminal. Saudi Arabia, and that gets into the internal Israeli politics. Saudi Arabia, Israel, and the UAE are allied against Qatar, Turkey, Iran, and Syria. One of CHS's blank, who presumably worked blank, asked CHS a lot of questions about Epstein. CHS became convinced Epstein was a co-opted Mossad agent. So this is from an FBI report. It does say that some phone calls were shared by the...
CHS is a confidential human source.
The source here to the FBI. So there was at least some evidentiary backup. But, if you put this together with that Daily Beast anonymous report, you start to have more indications here, especially when you...
The Daily Beast. That is just a criminally unserious name for a news organization.
Put together all of the other reporting that you've done, that Ryan's done, of all of the connections that we have, the fact that he's FOIAing himself and his CIA connections, et cetera.
I have another one.
Go ahead.
This literally just came across. I just pulled it up from the file. So at one point, somebody had sent Epstein an email to Steve Bannon about Alex Acosta. It mentions some of the Alex Acosta letting Epstein off. Epstein just replies to Bannon, "Do you know Bill Barr? Period. CIA. Period." That's it. That's all he said. And yeah, and remember, by the way, Bill Barr
was the guy in New York City that hired Epstein.
Was the attorney general at the time, not at the CIA, however.
Never mind, that was his son? What is the Bill Barr connection? Donald Barr. Donald Barr hired him at the Dalton School. His sons are the former United States Attorney General William Barr and physicist Stephen Barr. I was right. So he's saying Bill Barr is CIA, meaning the dad, Donald Barr, who hired Epstein. It's got to run in the family, no? The only Barr I know is the trap bar deadlift.
His father is a longtime, CIA.
It's a big club and you ain't in it.
Intelligence connected official, and also the person who literally hired Jeffrey Epstein whenever he was for his very first job, just so everybody
When he
knows.
had no credentials
no
or business
credentials.
getting that job.
Correct, as a teacher.
Yeah.
All right, so just to show everybody again, where this all starts.
Imagine being a high schooler and Jeffrey Epstein was your teacher.
Yeah, actually, no, there were some. I mean,
Yeah.
They got harassed. That's part of the reason he had to leave.
Yep.
Yeah, it's sick. There's a report about it, actually, from a few years ago. Let's continue here.
Yeah, when he was a teacher, he was just gooning or trying to goon.
With some of this stuff. Let's put D6 up here on the screen. This is from DropSite. Quote, leadership would like your help. Indian billionaire tapped Epstein before...
I don't know if it's true or not, but in one of the emails, he admitted to having two recessive traits that causes him to hyperfuck. So...
these visits to the U.S. and
I
Israel.
don't really know what to do with that information.
So clearly, some of the Indian billionaires got
starting a new secret society like Fight Club sounds like the answer. Oh, you mean like Third Eye Global?
Word, hey, there's this guy. He knows a lot of people.
On kick.com/Philion.
Maybe you can help people exactly with what's going on here. And you had, somebody who, again, is asking for some advice and giving it to the Indian government about how they should react with respect to Israel to try and get some more favorable view here in the United States.
Yeah.
And it was actually Anil Ambani, DropSite is reporting here, an Indian billionaire associated with the BJP government, sent Epstein a message that leadership was asking for his assistance in connecting with senior figures in Trump's orbit.
Here you go. Have you done genome sequencing? Yes, I'm Jewish. 650 relatives, all Jewish. 10 different spellings of Epstein. I have 2 recessive genes that cause hyperfucking. Yeah. Chat, you think I just make shit up? No.
Bit ahead of an upcoming state visit by Modi at the time, Ambani texted Epstein, hello, was in Delhi. Leadership would like your help from me to help Jared and Ban.
Epstein was Mossad, so here's all the evidence. Ready? Former Israeli intelligence officer Ari Ben Menash said Epstein ran a Mossad honeypot operation after being recruited by Ghislaine Maxwell. Ghislaine Maxwell's father, Robert Maxwell, was a Mossad spy. Maxwell's business partner was Charles Bronfman, a co-founder of the Mega Group. The Mega Group is an exclusive club of Jewish billionaires funding pro-Israel causes. Can I really trust this guy? Let's keep going. Let's entertain it. Maria Farmer, the first victim to report Epstein, said his entire network was run by Jewish supremacists who racially abused her and that the operation was led by the Mega Group. One of its co-founders, Victoria's Secret owner Les Wexner, gave Epstein his $77 million Manhattan townhouse used as the hub of his blackmail ring. Wexner was Epstein's only known client and apparent source of his wealth. Epstein got his job at Bear Stearns in 1970 through Alan Greenberg, a Mega Group member. Despite having no background, this is my first time hearing about the Mega Group. Mega Group member Ronald Lauder is president of the World Jewish Congress and major donor to Netanyahu's Likud party. Epstein's lawyer, longtime friend Alan Dershowitz, is a staunch Zionist, author of The Case for Israel, and is even considered to represent Israel at the ICJ. Epstein had multiple meetings with former Israeli Prime Minister Ehud Barak in his New York apartment. I mean, we heard the audio of him talking, hey, you should check out Palantir and Andreessen Horowitz. Epstein and Barak were business partners in a tech company, staffed entirely by ex-Israeli intelligence operatives. Barak says he was first introduced to Epstein by ex-Israeli PM Shimon Peres, who also gave the eulogy at Robert Maxwell's funeral. Wexner's foundation paid Barak $2 million in 2004 for undisclosed research. The pattern is undeniable. His blackmail operation was an Israeli intelligence asset backed by powerful Zionist figures with deep ties to the Israeli government. Big claim. Maybe true, maybe cope. Yeah, I mean, that's just how I feel about everything. Huge claim. Don't know if it's true or not.
And ASAP, please advise. Likely visit to D.C. by PM in May to meet Donald. Also, assistance on that.
So this is the Mega Group. I mean, let's see here. It was an informal group of influential Jewish entrepreneurs founded in 1991 by Les Wexner and Charles Bronfman as the Study Group, Philanthropy and Judaism Seminars. It has said to have up to 50 members, including Hollywood direct. All right, dude. Spielberg. So it's a lobby. Jeffrey Epstein is said to have used the group to build up his network of high-ranking contacts in business, media, and politics. Wexner was Epstein's primary financial supporter, yet later claimed to have known nothing of his criminal activities. All right, so take it with a grain of salt, but the mega group is apparently real. I just don't think they recruited Epstein. I think Epstein probably used the mega group. Like, it was that way, not the other.
Epstein and Ambani then proceeded to set up a time for a chat. A few messages later, Ambani said, "Thanks as always." Epstein replied, "Fun." I mean, if you don't know, Ambani, literally one of the richest men in all of India,
Yeah. Are you guys hyper fuckers, mega fuckers, or turbo fuckers? Or nitro fuckers? I don't know. I probably fall somewhere between turbo and nitro fucker.
Yeah, I mean, literally, there's a famous wedding. I think maybe this guy's son, one of the Ambani family. You can Google it. It was like the most ostentatious wedding, literally in like human history. So that's what we're talking about. And this goes to the point of the global financial elite. Let's put D7 up here on the screen to underscore the UAE connection. So here you have, this was a crazy one from the files. Epstein was messaging contacts in real time as the Khashoggi story broke and speculated that MBZ had set up MBS. Jamal Khashoggi killed on October 2nd, 2018.
MBS, Mohammed bin Salman. Saudi Arabia. What's MBZ? MBZ. Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan.
By the 12th, the story had come to crisis. That day, Epstein emailed a contact, "Something smells bigger to me. I wouldn't be surprised if MBZ set him up." Then messaged somebody else. What I'm told, secondary sources that.
So you have to fucking wonder, like I keep coming back to this point. Why is he playing statecraft? We're like avoiding the whole thing here. Everyone's hyper-focused on the prostitution, the pedophilia, the gooning ring. Yeah, I get it. But why is he so fixated on literally playing chess of the world? That's not just like some normal rich guy. He is intelligence. I need somebody to come out and confirm this. I need somebody else to back me up here. Like, we all know it. Why is it not canonized? Why is it not solidified and cemented in the fucking goddamn status quo of our society?
The assassins put video on his phone and it was hacked. October 13, Epstein says, can they label him a terrorist? Covert op gone bad. Honey trap Turks, ? MBZ, ? At the same time, a message to
this is just not normal behavior.
MBZ asked me to come over and see him ASAP, leaving in the morning. Epstein had sources inside the operation, and clearly he was following this Gulf intrigue story very closely, especially because he seems to have been connected.
How did he get got? Who did he cross? Well, think about it like this. This starts to make a lot more sense as to why he, in my opinion, probably killed himself. Some people think that his body was switched with the double. Some people think he's still alive. In my opinion, he's gone. But this is why. If he was working for multiple intelligence agencies, or even just one, like you kind of sign up for this, that if you get caught, you have to kill yourself. That's the only move. Because if this were to go to trial, you'd have to go through discovery. And then we find out through public information the truth. And then you get to start to point fingers because you're like, what the fuck was he doing here? And there. And who put him up to this? And why did he get blackmail on this person? Like, this is spying 101. Like, what's the pill they used to take? Cyanide. Yeah. Wouldn't spies carry around cyanide just to self-delete if they get caught?
To a lot of these folks.
Well, and wasn't Epstein connected to Khashoggi's, was it his uncle who was the arms?
Can it be that he offed himself because he's a pedophile who got caught? No, I cannot entertain the idea that he was just a pedophile. Clearly, with this substantial and ever-growing amount of assets in these data sets, he wasn't just a turbo gooner. He wasn't just a hyper fucker. He's talking Mohammed bin Salman, Saudi Arabia, Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan. I don't even know how to say that name. He's on the phone with Russia. He's talking to Ehud Barak.
Dealer involved in Iran-Contra was one of his earliest sort of like intel-connected contacts.
That's right.
So it makes sense that he,
Of course he knew him.
Kept those contacts close.
He's very close with the family. So MBZ, obviously from the UAE, we got the Saudis here involved.
But remember, Kash Patel said that he's on it like vomit. Let's be real here. Kash Patel is going to blow the lid off this thing. Justice is going to be served. There's nothing to see here because Kash Patel's got it under control.
Khashoggi family as well. Here's another one. Let's put this up there on the screen. This is from Emily. Great find from her. She said 2010 emails from Dan Dubno offering to set up meetings for Epstein with Israeli hackers and DARPA people. I designed this so you'd get your questions answered if you'd help me get mine. He said of a crypto workshop that he was setting up. You can just see there's so many indications. And then turning now, I think, to a little bit of his death, you've also seen some of these indications, for example, about why exactly.
Intel for sure, but for whom remains, he's got to be Mossad. Like, that much is clear to me. In my professional third eye opinion, that has always been the leading theory without a shadow of a doubt in my professional opinion. Now, would I entertain the idea that that's cross-referenced with the CIA, like an intersectional overlap? Perhaps. I don't know about Russia. I don't know about the Middle East.
He would kill himself. Let's put D9 up here on the screen. Inside of the files, the lawyers discussed the possibility of cooperation days before his death. Less than 2 weeks before he was found dead, his lawyers had met with Manhattan
How could this guy be so connected with everyone? Politicians, royals, countries, agencies, billionaires? Dude, how about social media influencer doctors like Peter Attia? How about that? Yeah, pussy's actually low calorie. Still working on the gluten, though. Just got a fresh shipment of metformin. Huh. Jeff, the worst thing about being friends with you is that I can't tell a single soul.
Prosecutors, somebody who was about
real emails, by the way, real conversations, by the way, confirmed by Peter Attia himself. I'm just saying that this umbrella is bigger than you think.
to strike a deal, not necessary is much more necessarily potentially a target than really somebody who was on the verge of committing suicide. So you can see also that he was afraid of even returning to his cell in one particular instance that you also saw in the files, and this fits with.
I've read all those. Phil has not been lacking, dude. I don't lack. I'm locked in. What don't you get?
Video that makes no.
Philly on this, Philly on that, Philly on fell off. Could you imagine? Nobody's doing it like us.
No sense that has been released. Remember Pam Bondi's infamous, what did she say? She's like, oh, there was an old system at the time that just happened to delete like a minute or so of footage. I'm like, yeah, for sure. That's definitely what it is. We have the videos from CBS about his cell, all of the stuff about the cellmate, about the cameras. I mean, when you put all this stuff together, I don't think it looks like the official story. Anything adds up.
Yeah, so this Guardian story says less than 2 weeks before Epstein's death in jail, lawyers and Manhattan federal prosecutors met and discussed his potential cooperations, according to several documents within the cache of files on July.
Once again, I can't verify this because I there's no way for me to parse through 3 million data sets and files. But I did see something slide across my desk here at Third Eye Global. I forget who he was corresponding to, who Jeffrey Epstein was talking to. I think it was Steve Bannon, actually, where he just sent him like a schizophrenic list of just like names, buzzwords, and topics like a couple weeks before he died. Anyone see that? Can anyone confirm?
29th, FBI and prosecutors met with Epstein's attorneys, who in very general terms discussed the possibility of a resolution of the case.
Dude, I'm getting a phone call. I'm not even kidding. Is this my assigned operative? That's not good.
And the possibility of the defendant's cooperation. An FBI document titled Epstein Investigation Summary and Timeline stated. Another document titled Jeffrey Epstein Significant Case Notification, which was not attributed to a specific...
Yes, I read all those Steve Bannon texts. Okay. So you back me up here. You saw what I'm talking about.
Agency closely resembled this FBI memo provided.
I'm going to pick up the phone. I need more money. Pay me more.
For more details, quote, defense counsel did not make a specific proposal and they did not indicate what the nature of Epstein's cooperation might be, if any. It was suggested defense counsel contact SDNY, Southern District of New York.
I see the video of him in the kitchen the news posted. Yeah, him like playing Ring Around the Rosie with the girls. And they were like, oh, Jeffrey, stop it. He's just playing fucking tag. Uncle Jeffrey's gonna get you.
If Epstein was prepared to accept responsibility
that
for
video, yeah, I saw that. Dude, I saw everything. I'm not kidding. When this weekend, I was playing Arc Raiders, and every time I would get out or get murked, I would refresh my X feed and look at the new batch of Epstein realizations. And then I would go in, slay out a squad, loot them up, extract with the boys, refresh X for like 16 hours straight.
conduct, and or they had a specific proposal for a resolution of this case. So they were at least in talks about some sort of cooperation deal, and obviously never got any further than those talks.
Yeah, that's right. All right, so let's stick with that, and we will go now to foreign.
Well, guys, I'll see you on the yacht later tonight. Filion found off the coast of the Canary Islands. Some say that he whipped out his moglog. Next thing you know, he forgot how to swim. It's dark. We're cooked. At least we have each other, right? Here at Third Eye Global. Kick.com/Filion. Chat, speaking of, I literally have to go piss. So I will be right back. I gotta rip a piss. And if any of you are like, oh my god, Filion has bladder issues, why does he pee so much? Because I deleted a large cold brew, a blood orange spindrift, a watermelon La Croix, and a glass poisoned fucking water bottle. BRB. Tanking 2 Mossad agents right now. Holy shit. What would you do if you just saw a fucking brawl in the basement? Just like guys fucking rappel through the windows. I'm throwing haymakers. Holy shit. That would be hilarious. Would be funny. Would be very funny. What do you guys want to watch next? Could save the 2-hour for tomorrow. Could save the 2-hour for tomorrow. We could pivot from Epstein for a bit. See what else we got. Let me see.
Dr. Verma, you are now recognized for your testimony.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairwoman Maloney and distinguished members of the committee. My name is Dr. Nisha Verma, and I use she, her pronouns.
If my doctor ever introduced herself by saying my pronouns are she, her, I'm finding a new doctor. I'm surprised you couldn't hear people laughing in the background. Maybe their mics were off.
I'm a fellow with Physicians for Reproductive Health, a network of physicians across the country working to improve access to comprehensive reproductive health care.
Sorry, I know that was boring, but basically she means she's an abortion activist. Physicians for Reproductive Health is an abortion advocacy group that media trains
if my doctor's pronoun isn't doctor, we're gonna have a big problem. Nah, I can't. What else we got? We hired Drake's celebrity trainer.
Happy New.
Fun fact, The Rock's personal trainer married his ex-wife. You guys know about that?
New Year, everybody. Oh, when you're seeing this, it's probably going to be late, maybe January 20th or something like that. But this is your reminder, your resolutions. How are we there? It just said 390 Danforth on the Airbnb.
Rashad McCants.
This is his This is his trainer.
Sean.
Rashad McCants.
Would be nice to have 500 viewers on Kick. Yeah, let me explain something to you, YouTube. Let me explain something to you right now. If all of you came to kick.com/Phillion, I would make a fuck ton of money off the Kick partner program. Which means I get paid per hour based on the amount of viewers we have in chat. But you just want to stay on YouTube. I understand. I can't, Phil. I have YouTube Premium. Well, I'll do you one better. Kick has no ads. I'm just saying. This would advance Third Eye Global in a way that is productive.
Sean McCann's. You know? Okay, sick.
Yeah, YouTubers be like, don't want to. Sorry about that. No, that's all well and good, Phillion, but I'd rather you just suffer.
Here with Alicia, who's been so gracious.
I will gift everyone coming over. That's from Marin Real One, the CFO, the Chief Financial Officer of Third Eye Global. He said he would gift everyone that comes over. So if you guys want to take this time to go to kick.com/Phillion and get yourself a free gifted sub from the man, the myth, the legend, you can do that right now. I'm going to put the link in chat. Maybe today you just check it out. Maybe tomorrow you hang out in that chat. Maybe you come back to YouTube once in a while. Maybe you like the new green pastures on kick.com. But either way, I'm going to put it in chat. I just want to see something. I'm on my way. I appreciate it. No, truthfully, I appreciate everyone that comes over. We got ketchup bologna sandwich with the follow. We got to crack 100 minimum. I mean, that's just minimum. We got to crack 100. I'm downloading the app. I appreciate you. Will we switch back to Kick only again, or for time being do YouTube too? I'm liking the dual streaming, truthfully. But if it gets to a point where everyone eventually switches over to Kick and we're pulling multiple hundred viewers, I'd say it's probably worth it. Because right now I have multi-stream on the Kick partner program, which means that my revenue is cut in half. But if I solo stream on Kick, then I get the full Kick partner program payout. Down the road, if Kick holds and it maintains a lot of viewers, it is the move. Because I will tell you, the pros of streaming on Kick is that we can play music, there's no ads, we can watch anything on the platform without being taken down by copyright. Like sometimes if we're covering news articles or podcasts, there's a YouTube back end. Here, I'll see if I can pull it up here. Yeah, like this is my back end right here. I will get an alert. I'm not sharing it. I will get an alert saying that like the content you're watching is belongs to someone else. If you don't change it, the stream gets taken down. So it's really fucking annoying to monitor that. But I mean, we'll see how it goes. I appreciate everyone coming on over. A lot of follows happening. A lot of follows are happening. This is huge. Does it tell you that live? Yeah, it tells me that live. I'll see if I can find an email. I'm not making this up. No, it doesn't even email unless they actually do take it down. It's just a warning that pops up. Yeah, let me turn off sub only on Kick so you guys can talk in chat. Come say what's up.
To hold the mic, somehow we lost.
So, obviously, on some not pocket watching shit, I just want to show you guys what this can look like on Kick. Too cool, Travis with the gifted subs. So, not that we base what we do off Sneeko, obviously, but Sneeko is a streamer / YouTuber that that pivoted to Kick. Now, this is what the partner program can look like at the top. Over like with like a couple thousand viewers. I'll show you Asmongold first.
You know what? That reminds me. Are we ready to look at the revenue between Twitch and Kick? You guys ready?
So the Kick partner program, which I qualified for the first couple months on Kick. Marin with the marination. Absolutely. Marin. Marin, bro. I'm pretty sure everyone's about to get a gifted sub on Kick. That was another 200 from Mr. Marin. Holy fucking buckets. That's a bunker buster right there. What the fuck? What the fuck? So let me explain something, okay? I'm gonna mute this for a second. And this is why I've been pushing Kick so much. Just so you guys know.
on Twitch in the last 30 days, I have received $31,000.
So the revenue split on Twitch is 50-50. Keep that in mind.
Now, on Kick. Any guesses?
That's $300K in a month. And he has multi-stream on, which means it would be double. That would be $600K a month. Not from donations, not from gifted subs, from the platform paying him with 0 ads. And he's not spending any of it. So that's what, and then Sneeko just showed his revenue.
This is for the month of January.
And so what you see here, the orange, that is the Kick Partner Program payout. The green is the gifted subs.
Actually, it's incorrect because I forgot to turn off the multi-streaming on some, so I think there's like another 3,000 that's supposed to go. But this is as close as it's gonna get. And for the first half of the month, the KPP wasn't the.
So for example, just so we have more subs than somebody like Sneeko on Kick because of the generosity of Marin and our gifters. I mean, every day people are gifting subs over on Kick. And the split for that is 95-5 as opposed to 50-50. And on YouTube, it's 70-30. So for every $1, 95 cents goes to the creator, 5 cents goes to the platform.
Right thing or something. So really,
so Kick is making their money because their parent company is stake.com, which is the crypto gambling website. But what they did was essentially they realized that Twitch is a gooner platform that doesn't give a fuck about new creators whatsoever. It's basically like if you're a creator on Twitch, you're cemented in, and the growth on there, you can't grow on Twitch unless you're bringing your audience over. Kick is a newer platform, and they're creator first. So there's first of all, 95-5 split is unheard of. That is fucking preposterous. No other streaming service and/or model can come close to 95-5. Number two, there's no ads, so it's a better experience for the user. Like there will never be an ad on Kick because they can afford to not have ads, which is the benefit of Kick.
Most of the money comes in after over halfway through the month. I didn't stream this day here, but I streamed every other day this month. And, obviously we got to include today. So let's assume that we get 4 or 5K today if it's the same as the last 2 days, which is about...
Is that sustainable long term? I think they floated around the idea of ads, but as of right now, I mean, if you look at... Stake.com has a fucking F1 team. It might be Kick now, or at least it's being replaced with Audi, but it's sustainable because Stake is currently valued at $15 to $25 billion with $4.7 billion in revenue in 2024. So
5K. Then from Kick alone, which is mostly the second half of the month, it's almost $90,000. So that was
but no other streaming service has the incentive of the Kick Partner Program. It's insane. That's why I mean it's like creator first, because the platform pays you for your performance times the amount of hours that you're live. So the longer I stream with the more people in watching the stream, the more they pay, essentially. So it is the long-term goal, but...
Very successful month on Kick.
Yo. He didn't just do that again, did he? He didn't just do that again, did he? Yo, he didn't just do that again, did he? What the fuck? Holy shit. That's another 300 gifted subs by Marin. That's 1,000 today. That's too much. That's too much. That's way too much, bro.
Dr. Mike.
How do I know if I've been gifted a sub? There should be a badge next to your name. So as I can see, the badge changes colors based on how long you've been a subscriber. Share my kick revenue. You want to see my? I mean, it's mostly gifted subs. I'll share my partnership revenue. You can just do the math.
And
so for the month of January, where I have multi-streaming on, over 24 streams, I made $436 off of the. So it's about $30 to $50 a day. But if I go to let's see here, November, where I had multi-streaming off, meaning it's the full 100%, it's 1,000. But this is with an average of about 90 viewers. So as you could just do the math, right? If you have 300 viewers, this would just triple. If you have 1,000 viewers, then it's 10K a month. But that does not include gifted subs. I mean, every single gunshot that you guys are hearing right now is a gifted sub, which is $5 distributed 95.5. So what is that? What's 95% of $5? Here, I'll mute the gunshots. So that doesn't include any subs. That's purely based on views. That's right. The Kick Partner program is solely based on views and the amount of time that you stream. So at a certain point, I mean, you don't even need gifted subs. It's just the stream is self-sufficient because like I showed you, the other streamers, like the money they're making is not from the generosity of their audience. It's mainly from the amount of people they have aggregated on the platform just watching the content. So that's why I always push Kick. But I understand if you're a YouTube loyalist, one day I will convert you. One day I will convert you. be my alarm clock. You don't understand what? You don't understand what, Marin? You need the video? The audio I have is just him screaming, but I think the build-up is even funnier. Why they won't come over here? They will. They will. The first 3 bangs are the funniest. You never knew it was Dr. Mike, bro? This is how I felt during my workout this morning, bro. Holy fucking shit. I did for the workout, for part of the workout that fucking cooked me the most. It was you ever work with like a soft box? Like a gymnast soft box? It's probably like fucking 8 inches thick. And the goal there, right, is like when you jump on it and then you sink into it, it's that much harder to get back up. It was 4 sets of 12 max effort vertical jumps. Yeah, 4 sets of 12 with a 45-second rest in between. Max effort jump. Bro, I was screaming like Dr. Mike. I was screaming like Dr. Mike. Jumping in the box.
Before we go on, we will be talking about things that are difficult to talk.
The worst stuff.
Talk about.
Controversial.
Controversial and not our opinion.
How do we join the Discord, though? I got you. I'll put the link in chat. So if you were gifted a membership, or if you become a member yourself, you have Discord access. We had to paywall it just because if you let anyone and everyone in, they're fucking weirdos. So I will send the Discord link right now. In the Discord, we have multiple channels. Mainly, I like to source like reaction videos from here. Like if you see something, if you see a post you want me to like cover on stream, it's just so easy to click on it and just pull it right from there. So that's one of the main reasons why I enjoy it. As well as the good morning messages. We got Cole THC side in chat saying grand rising at 5 a.m. every morning. It's pretty motivational, you know, when you see other members of the community just up before you. Where's the chat? Need a lunk alarm. I don't think I've ever heard the lunk alarm go off.
But
what was I gonna watch? Was it this? Oh. Flesh Simulator? Let's see.
So.
Yes, let's go, dude. Let's watch this. Epstein Mondays, bro. Epstein Mondays. Let's just keep it fucking going. Bro stole my whole color palette. He stole my whole flow. This was my fucking documentary. I'm kidding. Anyone can use it. It's just... So I can get the color.
I mean,
look at that color grade, boys. What the hell? Who the fuck is that guy? What the hell? Sheesh, Philly with the Arcterion. God damn. Got you, Marin. All right, let's get into it. Any project videos in the works? I've been revisiting some of those lately. So my goal, and I'll tell everyone here, how many people we got in here? 150 on Kick, fucking 400 on YouTube. My goal is to launch this company, which is coming very soon. It's like a matter of weeks now. Mog Logs. It's the grass-fed beef stick. 25 grams of protein, 200 calories. To continue to stream, because that is a part of my personality that I love being on the internet, talking with the community. I love staying up to date on all these topics. But there's going to become a point where we will have enough funding where I can literally build out a team to create content. And create content in a way that is not only optimal, but like some of the best shit on the platform. I don't know if it will be like a full-fledged independent news organization, like a media company, or I don't know if it'll be more artistic and like, you know, one-off kind of documentary style shit. I haven't figured that out yet, but that is my goal. The goal is to get a physical space, like a fantasy factory where I can, and I know I'm talking like lofty, right? These are big goals. Believe me when I tell you this, I'm 100% fucking serious. I am psychotic with my goals, and it will happen. So, fantasy factory, studio space where I could manage the business side. This way I don't have to rely on algorithms and necessarily community support to keep the fucking wheels turning, but I can actually deliver a product that you can enjoy and benefit from in a consumer packaged good, aka a moglog, something that exists beyond myself, beyond my digital footprint on the internet, just a literal company, and then take the profits of that, scale the business, and then fund my passion, which is essentially filmmaking and shit like that. Rob Deerdeck speaks of this. I mean, I see a lot of creators that they have the financial stuff figured out. They're very successful with their own, YouTube endeavors, and maybe they have other businesses, but they really kind of fall short, in my opinion, some of them, when it comes to the content production. Like, they still kind of make the quirky little videos that they always have. My goals are much bigger than that. I want to expand. I want to make more professional, dedicated shit. I want to, like, the idea of a horror movie one day is even in the fucking, is in my goddamn dome. Like, it does not stop. But we'll see. We're going to make it happen one day at a time. Yeah, like the old Vice News. Dude, insane news organization. I would definitely take some inspiration from traditional Vice News. For example,
caught up with technology.
Their old style of cinema verite journalism, it's fucking sick. Like, they did it. There's a reason why they were valued as like $1 billion company at one point, but they literally couldn't. The bubble popped, and they for whatever reason fell the fuck off. But some of this shit is legendary. Somebody doing this right now would be Popular Front, Jake Hanrahan. But this is like war journalism, and then he has a side project. But he worked for Vice News. They sold out. Away Days is his new project. We clicked on some of these. Nope, that's not it. But it's like that guerrilla, gritty journalism that I find very fascinating.
It was an effective alliance that gave birth.
Like he's on the streets in fucking Brazil, in the favelas. I don't know if I would do all that, but I'm saying it's not off the table.
What's it like living here and growing up?
But this shit is sick. All right, let's get into it. Enough yapping from your boy. Enough yapping from your boy. Enough yap. Let's lock in. The Epstein files are so much worse than you were expecting. Got a new video by Flesh Simulator, everyone's favorite schizo, who has now been vindicated because if you've taken any look at the Epstein files, yeah, turns out everything that people said over the years was true.
So, unless you've been living in a cave or haven't had access to the internet for the past 3 days or so, you're probably aware that there was a new tranche of Epstein documents recently released by the Department of Justice. And they're terrible. They're really bad. They are so much worse than what I think a lot of people were expecting. Now, let me assure you, you ain't seen nothing yet. Like, it's bad now. It's gonna get worse. But I think a lot of people...
That's how I feel, just absolutely stun-locked. The worst part is not being able to talk to other people about it without sounding like a literal freak of nature. Like, if you put yourself in the shoes of a normie, just a regular guy, I'd give it about 2 sentences before he doesn't talk to you ever again.
We're really kind of stunned by the content of these. So I figured I'd make a video kind of going through some of the highlights, if I can use that word.
But normies suck anyway, that's right. Like, excuse me for presenting myself as if I have an internal dialogue, because I know you don't.
Of these files. So I'm going to begin with the 2 files that have gotten probably the most social media buzz and contain probably the most lurid content, but also are the ones that need the biggest disclaimer. So with this, something that is frustrating that happened is that mixed in with these Epstein files are documents recording tips given to the FBI.
In my opinion, it's a bunch of Reddit Chungus conspiracy theorist crackpot slop, which has obfuscated the actual truth. Meaning there's 3 million files assets among these data sets, but they did nothing to trim off the fat. Now, I appreciate that they included that, but at least organize it in such a way where it's digestible, because now separating fact from fiction is seemingly impossible unless that was the point from the beginning.
Now, a big part of why most of these files took this long to release is because I think that they couldn't trust the general public.
There's just a couple needles in a giant haystack, that's right. There's a couple pedophiles on a giant gooner island.
With the contents of FBI tip files, as the general public has immediately shown that they can't be trusted with. You see, something that's important to remember about these FBI tip files is that these are by law required to be generated anytime someone calls in a tip to the FBI. And I think a lot of the claims made in these are being kind of quoted out of context. So, like, and I'm not saying that they're wrong. It's just there's no burden of proof for these. Like, these are to be used, like, you need to go and...
I saw Filion hanging dong on top of the Throgs Neck Bridge on Tuesday at 9:47 p.m. He then did a swan dive into the river beneath him. Like, that's the type of shit you're getting.
Find a way to confirm claims
Maybe I did. Maybe I didn't. I don't know.
In this, and then you can extrapolate extra information from the claims if they're proven to be legitimate. these just are not automatically legitimate. This is the FBI report mentioning George H.W. Bush, read chronologically from...
If this is the one I'm thinking of, it's that he ate feces from the intestines. Like huh? Like, we're talking cannibalism and scat adjacent at that.
Beginning to end. On Tuesday, August 27th, 2019, myself and Special Agent Blank conducted an interview of purported victim of Jeffrey Epstein, as per referral by former FBI Special Agent Blank and journalist Michael Moore, not the filmmaker. The results are as follows. At 1200 hours, a male identified as one Blank arrived at the C-20 office. Blank stated he was unemployed and resides with his mother and her unemployed, morbidly obese boyfriend. Blank stated he has ingested hallucinogenic mushrooms as well as other illicit substances in the past and currently smokes marijuana.
Huge red flag.
That doesn't really matter. Blank reported being raped, and then in parentheses, sodomized by his great uncle since the age of 5 until age 22. Blank described meeting Epstein at a yacht club in state of which his relatives were members, first at age 5 and later at age 8. Blank states he was raped, sodomized by Epstein in 2000 on a large yacht, 9 out of whatever, as well as by former President William J. Clinton. Blank states the also current President Trump, along with his wife Melania, were present during the said yacht trip in 2000. And then in parentheses, Trump was not married to his current spouse, Melania, until 2005.
Once again, this is present in the justice.gov/Epstein dataset. I appreciate it's there. Maybe like a flare or like a fact check. They're making the public lose their minds, myself included, dealing with this abundance of information. Like, we are inundated with 3 million files.
Blank reports while being raped by Epstein and Clinton, he was in a heavy drug-induced state. Blank reports that all the above incidents were recovered repressed memories until he began therapy sometime in 2016, approximately. Blank offered no supporting or corroborating evidence or witnesses that could be contacted. Blank appeared to me emotionally unbalanced and not intoxicated. At this time, it is not recommended that any investigative resources be expended concerning Blank's claim. So, that's good to keep in mind. And then following this, I'd like to add a few other points disclosed by the purported victim. While on this yacht, he witnessed African-American males having sex with white blonde females, all of whom were bleeding during intercourse. He was a victim of a type of ritualistic sacrifice in which his feet were cut with a scimitar but left no scarring.
A scimitar.
On the yacht, he witnessed babies being dismembered, their intestines removed, and individuals eating the feces from intestines. He was also raped by George Bush I.
It's just like a lot, you know what I mean? Like, at what point is it too much?
H.W. Bush. Victim disclosed he was escorted to the FBI building by Michael Moore, who is the creator of True Pundit, described by multiple online sources as a conspiracy-driven news website that attempts to paint the FBI in a bad light. Moore has a criminal record as a result of an FBI investigation, copyright infringement. And then the reply, thanks, Blank. I didn't realize Bush raped him too. Okay. So, this is the problem with the FBI tips, right?
It's a problem with the Epstein files and how they handled it, to be honest.
Because there's a lot of real stuff in these files, but...
Like his personal emails.
People seem to not be able to really discern the differences. So the next one that I want to get out of the way first, because if I don't talk about this, people are going to be like, oh, why are you running cover? There's, like, the yellow background things where it's just, like, cropped statements. This is a collection of tips to the FBI regarding Trump and Epstein. The initial version of it was sent the initial version of it that's been recorded just has the notable names and then the complaint summary. There's a follow-up version, which nobody seems to be posting pictures of, that includes response, like what happens as a result of these claims being made. Blank reported an unidentified female friend who was forced to perform oral sex on President Trump.
So this, to my knowledge, was redacted and taken out of the data set because the bottom context and explanation pretty much disproved it in this particular case. But let's carry on.
Approximately 35 years ago in New Jersey, a friend told Alexis she was approximately 13 to 14 years old when this occurred. The friend allegedly bit President Trump while performing oral sex. The friend was allegedly hit in the face after she laughed about biting President Trump. The friend also said she was abused by Epstein. Response: spoke with caller who identified blank as friend. Lead was sent to Washington office to conduct interview.
Like, that is an insane allegation. I don't really want to repeat what he just read, but allegedly, Trump got his pee-pee bitten, and then he responded by punching an underage girl in the head.
Next one. Blank reported she has a friend, Blank, who was a personal assistant to Epstein in Florida from 1986 until 1991 or 1992. This friend shared names of some of the guests at Epstein's parties, to include Bill Clinton and Donald Trump. Response: 2 voicemails left, no response received. Here's another one. At age 16, while modeling, caller attended 8 parties at Epstein's New York residence. On one occasion, caller reported that she was sexually assaulted by Epstein. On another occasion, her 2 twin brothers, Alan and Orrin, lured caller and her friends upstairs, but they escaped back downstairs. Caller stated that Orrin raped her best friend, and a third brother, Tal, raped a 14-year-old girl named Blank. Caller named other individuals involved in a big orgy party with her, other young girls, and other Victoria's Secret models, including Bill Clinton and Donald Trump.
We came a long way from files on the desk to no files to redacted bullshit to this.
Online complainant reported she was a victim and witness to a sex trafficking ring at the Trump golf course in Rancho Palos Verdes, California, between 1995 and 1996. Complainant reported that Ghislaine Maxwell was the madam and broker for sex parties, clients of whom included Epstein, Robin Leach, and Donald Trump. Complainant reported participating in orgies and that some girls went missing, rumored to have been murdered and buried at the facility. Complainant reported being threatened by Trump's head of security there, that if she ever talked of what went on there or what she saw, she would end up as fertilizer for the back 9 holes.
Yeah, so once again, it positions Trump, Clinton, whoever, being these serial rapists and burying bodies under his golf course. I don't know. Do you know? Like, what is even happening at this point?
The other complainant claims to have video of high-profile sex parties dealing with cartels, having witnessed Robin Leach strangle a young girl to death at a party. The response to this: complainant was spoken to and deemed not credible. Additional research showed 3 separate, and then here it's playing down.
So what he's about to reveal, because I've seen this, is that she was clinically insane.
But then another one, 3 separate instances of institutionalization for psychological issues. It's frustrating to see those 2 being given the bulk of the actual attention here.
That's what happens on X, though. I mean, people will grab these salacious headlines, and while they are disgusting, they need proper discernment. Why do they do this? Because you can actually farm impressions on X because they have a payout system. That's why a lot of people do it. You'll see accounts from Africa, West Asia, India, just weighing in on American politics, meanwhile being anonymous so that they can make $8 in their country, which is equivalent to like an actual salary.
Because there's a lot of stuff in these files that is, if anything, worse, and actually from Epstein. All right, let's start going through these. Now, here we go. To blank from Jeffrey Epstein. Where are you? Are you okay? I loved the torture video.
That's real, by the way. That is from the horse's mouth. Epstein himself.
So just, there's a lot of evidence of just actual malfeasance here. Fun fact, the person that this is being sent to, by all indications, was Benjamin Netanyahu. Credit to Kalani Gosh for pointing that one out. Now, I'd like...
See what that said? If a certain Israeli politician made an unreported diplomatic visit to China following a meeting with the foreign minister in Jerusalem on April 23rd, it's possible he could be the recipient of these videos from Epstein because he was also in the U.S. in mid-May of 2009. So essentially, people cross-reference the dates of the emails and the activity of certain high-ranking politicians, one being Netanyahu, and this is who they're alleging it is. Once again, that is not verified. It's just a theory, which would be fucking insane.
Credit to Kalani Gosh for pointing that one out. Now, I'd like to just take a moment right now to think...
Why don't they just unredact that email from? It's weird, eh? 100% it's fucking weird, and it's one of the main problems I have with the release of the Epstein files. They seemingly pick and choose what they want to redact and unredact. I think the public should know who the fuck sent that email. What do you mean torture video? What am I supposed to do with that information? Because now my head is going wild. I'm a tax-paying citizen of the United States of America. I should be allowed to know this knowledge. Who are you protecting?
Krushiki Supply Co. for being the one company willing to sponsor this video. They are really, like, maybe the best internet surplus, military surplus company. Definitely the weirdest in terms of the stuff they sell. Great guys, they're great sense of humor. Very, very, very interesting selection. Have you ever wanted a this item? They have this item. They have this item. There'll be a link and code in the description. I would like to extend, once again, my thanks to Krushiki Supply Co. / Krushiki Industries for being willing to...
Pulling up with the Krushiki military drip?
...sponsor this video. Now, this one is a tip that actually seems to have more credibility to it. This originated from the Southern District of New York U.S. Attorney's Office and was sent along to the FBI. I got a really...
This is a off-the-dome comment, but in chat you say, Philion, the World of Warcraft Retribution Paladin, needs to know. It kind of feels like that. Like, a lot of people, for those of you who don't know, Retribution is the spec in World of Warcraft where you're basically a holy warrior and you destroy people with justice. That's how I feel. Like, that's what a lot of people want. They want karmic retribution.
The men in the group that ordered the kidnapping of him and his mother until he saw his picture in the paper. He was tortured by this group and he recognized the face.
So this guy was allegedly captured by Jeffrey Epstein and then tortured. And he only knew because he saw his face in the paper and was like, holy fuck, that's my captor.
The paper is one of the people that ordered the kidnapping and watched with his very affluent group torture him and his mother and kill his attorney. He reported the kidnapping several times to Special Agent Blank in Orange County, California. Sorry, I have to send you the phone calls I get.
Victim Witness Coordinator, United States Attorney's Office.
Blank, Victim Witness Coordinator, USAO, SDNY. This is more interesting. Now, there are a lot of emails in here referring to pizza in very strange ways.
And hot dogs and steak.
This is one from Roy Hodges to Jeffrey.
I loved watching the cheese drip off the pizza. What does that mean, dude?
Epstein from Saturday, March 9th, 2013. I wanted to let you know the crew really appreciated the pizza today. Thank you for letting us do that.
What do you mean? What do you mean thank you for letting us do that? A pizza implies that you eat it. What do you mean letting us do that? We really appreciated the pizza today. It's just party food, uh-huh. That's dark. Thank you for allowing us to eat the pizza.
Roy and Stephanie Hodges. Here you go. This one is from blank, and it's just a April 2nd, 2016. A blanked out email address sends an email with the subject line, "The Pizza Monster." It appears to include an image and then a shocked emoji, and then sent from my iPhone.
The Pizza Monster. I'm the Pizza Monster.
Jeffrey Epstein replies, "She looks pregnant." And then the original sender of this replies later that month, April 26th, "You mean radiating a soft glow with the look of bliss and excitement. Yeah, that's the pizza."
I'm going to go ballistic. I'm going to have a bitch fit. I'm going to crash out. Help me, dude. Why is that redacted?
Here's one from blank to Jeffrey Epstein vacation at gmail.com. Subject, Viru. Attachment, Viru Equity Research Brookline. This is better than a Chinese cookie. See attached. Let's go for pizza and grape soda again. No one else can understand. Go KNO.
This is better than a Chinese cookie. Guys, I have some thoughts, but I don't even. What the fuck?
Go no, which is a term that seems to recur throughout this. To and from are both redacted. Subject, alert, send pizza to Bobby at 1 p.m. Don't know why they need to redact who that's from.
If he's just eating pizza, I mean, why can't I know the recipient of the pepperoni pie?
From Daphne Wallace, sent to Jeffrey Epstein. May I bring...
Let me open up the floor. What is it? What do you think a Chinese cookie is? Oh, wait. I think I know. But I don't want to know.
In your slice of pizza to you, respectfully, Daphne. 6 p.m. That's an odd email to get.
Who the fuck is Daphne, and why is she not answering for these emails in Times Square? Why is she not Megatroned on every single digital poster in New York City with a microphone and the masses inquiring about these emails? Like, who are these people? Where are they? Why do they get a pass?
So here's one. So it's just from blank, subject, slicing a pizza, to blank. And it just says hilarious, and then apparently it has an image. This gets forwarded to someone else, a bunch of Hebrew text. It gets forwarded to a guy named Yadin Dudai, with subject forward, slicing a pizza. It gets forwarded again to Prime Minister Ehud Barak, and Ehud Barak forwards it to Epstein, writing just FYI. Epstein responds to Ehud Barak, former Prime Minister of Israel, funny, equivalent to people that feel that on leap year they get an extra say.
I'm gonna throw up, dude.
Something to remember. The official FBI investigation into Jeffrey Epstein was called Operation Leap Year. So that seems to be connected.
I'm going to replay that so you can listen to that again, okay? The investigation into Epstein was called Operation Leap Year.
Leap Year. Official FBI investigation into Jeffrey Epstein was called Operation Leap Year. Just FYI. Epstein responds to Ehud Barak, former Prime Minister of Israel, funny, equivalent to people that feel that on leap year they get an extra say.
That's a dark fucking notion. Like, is this insinuating what I think it's insinuating? Equivalent to people that feel that on leap year they get an extra say. Dude, this is to Ehud Barak. This is... Am I the crazy... Like, is no one else freaking the fuck out? Or are we all just too busy with the circus of our daily lives? This probably means day instead of say. Because on leap year, they get an extra day.
Funny, equivalent to people that feel that on leap year they get an extra say. But something to remember, the official FBI investigation into Jeffrey Epstein was called Operation Leap Year. So, that seems to be connected. Slicing a pizza. What does...
Well, if you take the coded language, right? Like a pizza, that to me that seems like a person. Now, when I'm thinking of this person, I don't think it's an adult. Maybe it is. But knowing Epstein, it's probably not. Slicing a pizza...
that mean? This is from Jeffrey Epstein to Michael Wolff. Achilles heel, misspelled. Melania, transcript. Melania also focused on dates of porn star before birth of Barron or after. They also now have 2 army people escorting her kids to school.
Dude, this is not fucking normal behavior. This is like these with a smiley face. This is necromancy. This is like the darkest espionage spycraft the world has ever seen.
Smiley face. Which is a bizarre email. This one is from blank to blank. That's been redacted.
What's up with all the equal signs? So the equal signs, it's correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it's part of HTML code. So when they pulled these files and incorporated them into the data set, the raw email files just format in such a way that they're like usable on multiple different operating systems. So he's not typing the equal sign. It's just part of the formatting of the actual email.
Acted subject, huge problem. Hi, Ricky. I'm sorry, I know that you were busy, but a bunch of my old emails have disappeared, and they are very important. In my inbox, I have a subfolder named Leap Year, and it looks like everything earlier than September 2007 is now gone. Is there a way to retrieve them? They are now the subject of some litigation, so it's really important. Thank you, blank. Here's one from Jeffrey Epstein to Martin Nowak, who is a mathematician at Harvard.
He's literally a Harvard professor, okay? I'm going to tell you what it says. Love the torture video.
Subject, blank. And then the email just reads, did you torture her?
Oh, close enough.
Torture appears to be a recurring theme here. This is from Jeffrey Epstein.
Sorry, got my Jeffrey Epstein justice.gov data sets confused.
To blank. How about a hit list for next subjects to ice cream boarding, my version of torture? Then the person he sends it to replies, what is ice cream boarding? Waterboarding with ice cream? I imagine today is torture for you, all the food and talk about food and cooking of food and gorging oneself. Happy Turkey Day anyways. Ice cream boarding?
I'm trying to remember all 3 million pages just for you on kick.com/Philion, but sometimes I get hit with the fucking goy beam and I get discombobulated.
So the explanation that seems to make the most sense that I've seen is that ice cream is used as a slang term for methamphetamine, and this would refer to forcibly overdosing someone with meth, which is like a well-known thing that occurs in types of torture, but here's one. This is a...
He's just gonna drop that on us?
screenshot of Epstein using Skype. He's talking to a contact of his on Skype just called Torture. I am still waiting and watching the melting cheese drip. Smiley face sent via BlackBerry. Watching the melted cheese drip to your Skype contact named Torture?
Yeah, it's way worse than any of us could have ever imagined.
Are they melting children? What the fuck? To Jeffrey Epstein from blank. I give you permission to kill him. He is apparently with blank. He lied to you and he lied to me. Sent from my iPhone. To Jeffrey Epstein from Urban Zen. Title, save the date, feed raiser, benefiting the children of Haiti.
Cheese equals blank, if you didn't know. This was broken down several years ago. Is it, though? I don't want to read that out loud.
And then the entire thing is redacted. Whole page.
So are these people just Satanists, or are they reptoids or something? It's hard to imagine that this level of successfully organized elite evil is natural. It's a very interesting question that I think is not honestly asked enough, because people just get one-shotted by the severity of all this shit, and they're just like, oh, it's evil. But to classify it is interesting. I don't think they're devil worshippers, to be honest. I know in Hollywood and mainstream culture, it's easy to label. Like, to us, it can be perceived that way, but I don't know if they're sacrificing children to demons. Truthfully, I don't think so. Maybe they are. It would answer a lot of questions. That is an easy, okay, yeah, I get it. I think it's much more intricate. I think we're dealing with a legitimate blackmail ring with some very specific, twisted individuals with a lot of leverage.
I don't know how much you guys know about Haiti, but that doesn't seem good.
What do you say about Haiti? Save the date, feed raiser benefiting the children of Haiti. And it's just completely fucking blacked out.
Same day, Jeffrey Epstein writes, whoops. And then...
Yeah, he says whoops a lot, too. It's a reoccurring theme. I think they were talking about who's the Kennedy that killed herself? And his response to that was, whoops.
The person whose first name appears to be Susan, just because they kind of half-assed the redaction here. No one will lie to you and get away with it from me. No one, whoops is correct, sent from my iPhone. Eva Dubin wrote, Mary Kennedy found dead in her backyard.
Yep, there we go.
Sent from my Verizon Wireless BlackBerry. Jeffrey Epstein.
I don't know if she killed herself. That was just my immediate reaction.
Replies, whoops. Here is Jeffrey Epstein.
Whoopsie! Whoopsie daisy! Bro. Her death was ruled a suicide by hanging. She revealed that she had antidepressants in her blood.
Sending the leaked Podesta emails to...
Was this RFK's first wife? Yeah. Damn. Dark as fuck.
Peter Thiel. Here we go. Here's one. Hello. Inside Edition is
Susan Thies was who they were talking about. Who is that?
Asking if Anthony Weiner is expected to testify against Jeffrey Epstein, or if Mr. Weiner has cooperated in any way prior to Mr. Epstein's arrest.
The Haiti contact? Do we know who that is, though? That's what I'm saying. Like, all these people have names, but we have no idea of, like, who they are. She had an online daycare that was very suspect.
Here's one from Daphne Wallace to
I'll
Jeffrey
tell you
Epstein.
what, chat. It doesn't feel good learning all this information, or at least being made aware of it.
The same Daphne Wallace, actually, that was asking him if she had his permission to bring in his pizza slice. It's just a email to do with basically renovations, but of these renovations, there's 4 picture file names that are completely redacted, which is very, very odd. On Saturday, May 2nd, 2009, Blank writes, if you are not too busy, and then sends a video. 1 minute, 6 seconds long. So response, Jeffrey Epstein writes, I watched them all. Please don't send anymore.
Dog.
And then Ghislaine Maxwell sends to Jeffrey Epstein in this email chain, sorry, I have no stomach for even the slightest aggro. I don't have the stomach for it or for any drama, imaginary or real. I'm still fragile off the last one and scared of shadows.
What the fuck does that mean? Aggression? Like, aggro? That's the only thing I understand here.
Now, that's a really ominous thing to say. Now, unfortunately, I regret to inform you that...
Why does the public have to become fucking government analysts to go through all these files? Did they flood the zone on purpose? That's exactly what a lot of our intuition is. It's searching for these small needles in a giant fucking haystack.
The funniest email in all of these...
Probably blackmail videos of elites torturing children. That's what you think. I mean, I hate to inform you that, like, my mind goes there as well. Like, I just don't fucking know.
Turned out to be fake, which is from Elon, subject, Epic Island Vacation. Hi, Jeff.
So this was fake.
I was thinking of flying down for an epic vacation. Blank told me you were planning a party. Girls for the win. I cleared my calendar. What are the details? Thank you, good sir. E. And then Jeffrey Epstein Vacation to Gmax. Deal.
Laura Silsby? Is that the Haitian connection? Haitian child trafficking scheme embodies the Western disregard for the integrity of poor families.
With this, thank you. And then from Jelaine, I'm so sorry, Elon. You just missed J.E. He actually told me he was thinking of winding down the entire Little St. James.
Scared of shadows, scared of someone is stalking me. That's how I read it. Interesting. Well, let's see here then. Sorry, I have no stomach for anything, for even the slightest aggro. Okay, so I'm thinking like violence, right? I don't have the stomach for it or for any drama, imaginary or real. So she can't look at like gruesome shit. I'm still fragile off the last one, meaning she saw one and she's scared of people like tracking her. Wow!
I regret to inform you that the funniest email in all of these turned out to be fake, which is from Elon, subject, Epic Island Vacation. Hi, Jeff. I was thinking of flying down for an epic vacation. Blank told me you were planning a party. Girls for the win. I cleared my calendar. What are the details? Thank you, good sir. E. And then Jeffrey Epstein vacation to GMAX. Deal with this. Thank you. And then from Jelaine, I'm so sorry, Elon. You just missed JE. He actually told me he was thinking of winding down the entire Little St. James operation. Bummer. If it starts up again, we'll be sure to let you know.
To me, it's just preposterous that, like, okay. Maybe the reality is that if you are a spy for an intelligence agency, you have to be amoral. Meaning you're not playing by the rules of any sort of humanistic standard. You have no regard for life as the general person does. That much is clear. You kind of have to become a hollow person. But to me, and maybe they're scared of death or torture or a fate of their own, but it's like, how did not one human in this like this supposed elite network not have any sort of human realization and be like, yo, this is actually fucked, I'm out? Did you just get killed? Like, what?
Now, I initially thought this one was real too. The tone of the writing is really pretty spot on, but no, this is in fact fake, apparently. However, one particularly lurid one that does in fact appear to be real is this one to Bill Gates. Dear Bill, I cannot believe that you have chosen to disregard our friendship developed over the course of the last 6 years. You decided to discharge me from my job, had Larry, your PR person, tell me that I engaged in morally inappropriate behavior, asked me to be the major actor in a cover-up so that you can maintain the reputation you worked so hard to achieve, asked me to reconnect to a college told me Okay, so then here's a big long, section on what Jeffrey Epstein claims he would have.
If you try to leave, they get you good. There's a lot of dead bodies, Phil. I don't like it.
Done if he was in Bill Gates' situation, blah, 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 blah. That's what I would have done had I been in your shoes. What I did receive, however, was an unfriendly, strongly worded email telling me how employable I am and I should not look to you for any significant financial help in the future. To add insult to the injury, you then implore me, please delete the emails regarding your STD, your request that I provide you antibiotics that you can surreptitiously give to Melinda, and the description of your penis. You also made it clear to me that I am not to refer to blank, as that is another topic that must remain between the two of us. In return for all these requests, which I would have done without a second thought, I am
Why is that redacted? You also made it clear to me that I am not to refer to blank, as that is another topic that must remain between the two of us.
Between the two of us. In return for all these requests, which I would have done without a second thought, I am not to attend meetings with Melinda. I should continue to provide you the same level of service and dedication that I have done so diligently until you are ready to discard me and our friendship. Do you know how bad it is to be kind of on Epstein's side in an argument? I have decided to resign my position effective immediately with BG3 and the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. I have not come to this decision quickly or without a great deal of thought. During the past few weeks, I've been caught up.
Imagine even talking to your bro, describing your penis, and I'm going to give STD meds to my wife.
In a severe marital dispute between Melinda and Bill. I have the greatest respect for my friend of 7 years and wish them both well. In my role as his right hand, I have been asked and wrongly acquiesced into participating in things that have ranged from the morally inappropriate to the ethically unsound, and have been repeatedly asked to do things that get near and potentially over the line into the illegal. Though it was kindly suggested that I make a transition to a new position after my 6 years of servitude, and that Bill would, in his words, give me 2 years severance pay, I feel it would be dishonest to myself and to my future, from helping Bill to get drugs in order to deal with the consequences of sex with Russian girls, to facilitating his illicit trysts with married women, to being asked to provide Adderall for bridge tournaments, as I am a medical doctor but have no prescription writing ability. What?
It's just a giant clusterfuck.
Asking for Adderall to compete in bridge tournaments? Here's one.
Are we sure Bro Made Windows would have thought an OS founder would know how to speak on secure lines?
Hairy fish. Couldn't wait. And then it's a picture of pizza and grape soda. And then blank, traitor.
What does that mean?
Hairy fish, this is a test. What's the name of this cookie?
Dude, I don't like this. I actually hate this.
And it's a picture of a cookie. I only remember what the chocolate tasted like.
Dog! What? What? Yo, I'm starting to believe the actual mentally ill. Like, pull up the first, like, what do you guys think grape soda is? Blood. I didn't think of that. I see some more racially directed thoughts. African Americans, adrenochrome. Sounds like blood drinking and shit eating to me. You might be right.
Blank. Hairy fish. Answer is Chinese cookie not made with truffles.
What the fuck does that mean, dude? And who is Harry Fish? That's not even a real name. He's a urologist. Thanking Epstein for inviting him to a dinner event with Woody Allen. Oh no, dude. Oh no. What did Woody Allen do? I'm logging off, bro. I'm getting off the internet after this. I'm gonna watch some SpongeBob or some shit.
The fuck?
I feel like fucking Rick Grimes, dude.
Here's one. Susan Hamblin. Wait a sec. I bet that's the same. Let's scroll back up. Yeah, no, that.
Yeah, I wish I could go touch grass, except it's just a frozen fucking tundra outside. I can eat a snow cone. That's about all I can do outside. Just get hypothermia and then enjoy my cold grave.
Okay, that's the person he was emailing about, you have my permission to kill him. So Susan Hamblin writes, I will be sending fresh muffins down with Karina. You currently have 2 steaks left on the island. Would you like new ones?
Stop referring to whatever you're referring to as food, dude. What do you mean muffins? What do you mean steaks?
And then as a reply, I am getting more ice creams. We're getting close to the end here. This one, subject line, spoof on chandelier, the video I sent you with the amazing little girl dance. Totally loved it. Pizza party was great. We had a lot of fun. Stayed late. We slept in all yesterday morning. Your night was good? And then, subject, U9 red pizza party.
Who is Susan Hamblin? Who?
I hope that doesn't mean under 9. Hi, Ben. Great game today. Wanted to check and see if you might be available for a pizza party next Saturday after the friendly Darien game we were having. It's been difficult trying to find a time that most people are available to participate, but it seems the next Sat is best for most. Please let me know. Thanks, blank. And then, yes, that is fine. Can't
I don't think they're talking about pizza.
wait. U9 Red Pizza Party. What is a red pizza party?
Dude.
Call me right, I creep at night. Posse deep is how I creep. Call me right on the creep with that funky side out. Tell me about the clip it to the bomb, play it for it.
Coded languages for spies. That's right. That was horrific, dude. That was horrific. U9 means under 9 when it comes to hockey tournaments. Sports in general. Mamdani pick has been removed. Well, Chad, I'm going to have to go to the bathroom, and then we'll have our closing remarks here. I got to go take a piss. Chad, I don't feel good, dude. I don't feel good, dude. That was horrific. That was just horrific, dude. I need a cigarette and I don't even fucking smoke. Yeah, I do. I really need a cigarette. Well, that's what I'm saying, bro. Like, everything else kind of pales in comparison to the Epstein files. Green Shade, thank you for the follow. That's enough slop for me today. I mean, that was just dark. Maybe tomorrow we lighten the mood with some Arc Raiders. I don't know. Maybe we watch some quirky van life. You know, I actually love van life now. Van life is really chill. It's really fun.
Wow, it is cold out there.
I love van life. You could cook your little vegetables. You could play your games. Stay entertained. It's nice and cozy. I would love to just get a van and fuck off. Delicious steak.
You let Jason operate the drill?
I would love for this to be me.
Bad weather over Canaveral.
Look, playing some Fortnite. I don't even know what that is.
Doesn't look like you're coming back this week.
Here's Tom with the weather. Chad, I don't know where to go from here, bro. It's not good. It's not good. It's not good, bro. It's not good. It's not fucking good, bro. It's not good. It's not ideal. Two words, not ideal. Not fucking ideal. I'll tell you what is ideal, though. Kick.com/Phillion. Linking the Discord. I'll link the Discord again just for you. I will link the Discord once again. And chat, to be honest, I'm going to turn my brain off. That's what I'm going to go do. Because that was heavy. That was a heavy stream. That was a heavy stream in both content, support, motion. I mean, we maintained over 400, 500. I think we had 670 concurrents on YouTube and like 90 on Kick at a given point. And then we made, a lot of you came over to kick.com. And yeah, we're at 150 right now. That's insane. Or 126. So I appreciate all the support. That's not bad for a Monday. I'm going to clock out. You guys have yourself a great night. And I'll be back tomorrow for an earlier stream. Why don't we lock it in for 11:30 a.m.? 11:30 a.m. Eastern. I will be live. Do I go to a car wash or detailer? Phil, please, I go to a car wash. I've never gotten a car detailed, but I hear it's nice. Tell you what, 11:30 a.m. tomorrow, that's ideal.